So if this isn't a legit message from the other side, I'm not sure what is. I don't even know where to start this story, so I guess I'll just start at the beginning. Here it goes. I met the love of my life in 1996 when I was 16 years old. For privacy reasons, we'll call him John. He was my first love, and in many ways, the only love I've ever known. Fast forward 20 years, and though we hadn't spoken much and were both married to other people, I could honestly say that I was still head over heels for this guy. Unfortunately, he passed away from cancer a few years back, and the loss was devastating to say the least. I can't get into all of the details, but suffice to say, John's death robbed me of any hope that I would ever experience real love like that over again. I could go on and on about this, but I'll skip ahead to the interesting part. A few weeks ago, I was going through a box where I keep pictures, letters, and other things that remind me of John and all of the experiences we shared. I found a letter I wrote to him after he died that I had completely forgotten about. In the letter, I asked him to show me a sign that he was still around and still with me. I told him that I needed to be a big sign, one that couldn't be mistaken for anything else. Not a flickering light or simple coincidence. I needed a big, real, unmistakable sign. So I looked up and said out loud, "John, I'm still looking for that sign." Well, a few days later, I got a text from my mother. She sent me a picture of an envelope, a junk mail advertisement from a local insurance company. She had received 3 of these advertisements that day, one addressed to her, another to my father, and a third addressed to John's father. Now, John's parents live in the same city as my parents, but they do not live near each other. According to Google Maps, it's a 2-mile, 6-minute drive between their houses. There's a major thoroughfare that divides the city, and my parents live on one side, his parents on the other. Their addresses are not even close to being similar, so that couldn't have accounted for the mix-up. Both of our families' last names are unusual and uncommon, and are not spelled or pronounced the same in any way. My parents and his parents are not friends. They do not belong to the same clubs or churches. I don't even think they're Facebook friends. So how in God's name did a letter addressed to John's father end up in my parents' mailbox? The town they live in has a population of about 30,000. What are the chances that this letter, that was supposed to be delivered 2 miles away, ended up in the wrong mailbox? A mailbox that just so happens to belong to my parents. I asked for a sign. He gave me one, right? I mean, I suppose it's possible that the letters got stuck together somehow as they were being sorted, but how? They were not stuck together when my mother found them in the mailbox. And in any case, what are the odds that John's dad's letter would somehow get stuck to one of my parents' letters out of all the other thousands of letters it was being sorted with? I used to live in a house with my parents, which both myself and my parents had very strange experiences in. However, my parents didn't let me know they had them, as they didn't want to spook me further. My room was particularly bad with the activities that used to happen all the time. Just to name a few experiences, there was someone knocking on my door saying my name when everyone else was asleep. My guitar plectrum was thrown at me from across the room, and my guitar was often strung, all 6 strings, all at the same time. Obviously, if a string goes out of tune sometimes, one will strum, but all 6, definitely no accident. Anyway, I've had this antique mirror for as long as I could remember. It was a past relative, and I always used to notice handprints and fingerprints on it, even though I never touched it that much. They were everywhere, from top to bottom. My parents, obviously not wanting to let me know they were also aware of the paranormal things going on, said to me not to worry, and it probably was me touching it by mistake, etc. And they seemed so sure this was the case. I forced myself to not think about it and carry on, as if nothing weird was happening, which was very hard, but something was definitely going on. Eventually, my mum told me she was also concerned about my mirror, and needed to speak to me about something she'd seen other than handprints. She never showed me the photo she took, because she didn't want to scare me, but she said in the prints on the mirror, was a perfect face of a devil. She showed my dad and his friend this before taking a photo, and despite them not wanting to believe in this side of things, they both could see it too. Obviously, I didn't know how to react, and thought perhaps something was after me. I mean, who knows? Mum decided to get some advice, so she went to a shop near me called Spellbound. They sold things of all types, but mainly they were all to do with the supernatural type of things and healing crystals, etc. As you can imagine, the people who worked there all were very aware of the spiritual world and different types of paranormal experiences, so my mum felt this was the best place to get advice. She spoke to a guy there about my mirror, who said we had a few options, which were smashing the mirror completely to get rid of any negative energy, moving the mirror away from reflecting onto me, sleeping in my bed, sage the room, or for me to wear a black tourmaline either in a necklace or bracelet form to help protect me. I wasn't worried if we needed to smash the mirror, as I was pretty terrified by this point. However, my parents didn't want to do this, as it used to belong to one of my relatives who wasn't with us anymore. So my mum bought me the black tourmaline and we went on from there. I still noticed the fingerprints and handprints, but not so many strange experiences, so I felt perhaps the tourmaline worked. Mum did go back to Spellbound and spoke to the same guy again regarding that she thinks the tourmaline worked, but there's still handprints where he said again it might just be worth smashing the mirror. He began to explain how mirrors could be portals for demons or another life, and by keeping the mirror, we could potentially be letting them directly into my room. It's extremely dangerous. My parents still did not want to smash the mirror, typical, so I ended up taking it with me when I moved out a few months later, with every intention to smash it in my own time without them knowing. Well, when I first moved in, I did use it now and then to get changed, etc. While I looked for a new mirror, I was skint, but I would hang a towel over it when I wasn't using it. Anyways, one day, my boyfriend put it up a bit higher in the bathroom to shave or something, I don't know, and he made sure it was secured so it had no way of falling. I had put it in the same position before, and I can literally 99.99% tell you it could not fall. Well, as you can probably tell, it did. He left it for literally a few seconds to grab a towel, and within that time, there was a huge bang and then a smash. The mirror had literally shattered into tiny pieces. Like even if I wanted to repair it, which I definitely didn't, there would have been no possible way. To this day, I believe that some sort of guardian angel or fate broke that mirror, because as soon as I moved in with the mirror, the flat felt uneasy, and as soon as we disposed of it, I felt so much better living there. Whether whatever was attached to the mirror followed me to the flat when I took it, I don't know. But nevertheless, I'm so glad I'm not dealing with that anymore. It was summer, and I was too sick for summer school that year. So one day, my grandma arranged for me to go to my friend's house across the street the next afternoon. And I was to stay at her house the night before, so I didn't have to spend all day by myself at my own house, or have my mom drive me in the morning. It was the year 2000, and I had a great night with my grandma. We played cards and talked and did beads and embroidery all night. Then we went to bed like any other night. We had a sleepover. I would stay with her during the weekend sometimes, but this particular night, she had to leave for work the next morning. I was a big girl, and I was ready to have a half day alone. So anyway, I got up and had breakfast that morning with my grandma before she went to work at 6 a.m. She told me to have a good day and to not get into trouble, like she did every other time we parted ways. I told her to do the same, and then she said she would call and wake me up later in case I fell asleep. It was a little early when she left, so I took a nap on her couch, thinking if I went back to bed, I'd sleep all day and not make it to my friend's house in time for lunch. I was a wee thing and could not have made myself lunch, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't too comfortable. A while after falling asleep, or so I thought, I felt my blanket fall off me and it was cold. So cold that I shot up thinking something was wrong. Realising a few seconds later just where I was, the world slowed, and about halfway through sitting the rest of the way up, a wave of nausea and bone-deep chills hit me as fast as they would fade. I see some movement across the room and quickly go to put on my glasses to see who was home. Excited that it might be my grandpa home from driving the truck, I fumbled a bit. I find my glasses, put them on, and realise it's still dark outside. I look around. All the lights are on in the living room where I was sleeping, and the ones in my grandma and grandpa's room down the hall were on as well. I don't remember turning them on, but the one next to the couch. I then think for sure Papa is home and call out for him as I walk towards the bedroom. No answer. Not a problem. He has a hard time hearing from driving trucks. I take another step and chills and nausea waves rush over me once more as I notice a dial tone on the phone in the bedroom. Suddenly sick to my stomach, I take a hard left before the bedroom into the bathroom, like an instinct, right before throwing up, barely making it to the toilet before vomit erupts out of me like a science experiment gone rogue. A minute later, the nausea spikes and drops as the heat returns to the room, following the figure as it crosses past the open bathroom door, with me kneeling in front of the toilet. I'm peering out the corner of my eye, pretending I didn't see a thing, increasingly tensing up. When it passes fully, I collapse and sit down, waiting for the nausea to pass before venturing out of my current known safe zone. Bang! I hear the door close and the dial tone go from a buzz in a distant room to being so loud my little self was willing to go and hang it back up, no matter what was going on. I leave the bathroom and go into the bedroom, where the blankets on my grandma's side of the bed were folded open, almost too perfectly for it to have been done by her, and atop the covers the phone lay with the line open. The hairs on my back stood up as I grabbed the phone to hang it up. I'm not too scared to be by myself in their house, and with the sun finally coming up, I'm thinking it's 7:30 or so. I left the house and sat outside until Grandma called later on, around 9, to wake me up. I pretended to be just waking up, not realising I was sitting outside, grasping the garage phone in my hand, increasingly tightly for the last hour and a half. I can't recall ever telling anyone besides a school friend once about this, let alone my grandmother, for fear that she might not feel safe at home alone without us during the week. I'll never know if it was a home invader or just Bill, the next door neighbour coming to grab something, and I startled him, so he just left without a word. I may have been the mind of an anemic child riding the line of life and death, or a ghost. I would flatline a week or so later at the hospital from blood loss due to my illness, so who knows? The Reaper might have had his schedule off and came for me the wrong day, so he just let himself back out the way he came. Who's to say for sure? My latest experience was pretty tame. I was hanging out with a few friends in between some buildings, where people park their cars, where some storage buildings and a football pitch are located. That's a pretty old area in my city, mostly populated with old people. When we were getting ready to head out, I looked up to one of the storage sheds and saw a pure, white, wispy figure with no discernible features, about 160 centimetres tall, kind of hovering 5 centimetres above the shed's roof. It looked as if it had a cloak over it, as if it was a solid mass, but at the same time translucent. After I double take it, it fades away rapidly, as if taken by the wind. It was late at night, and I might have been high, weed, but not enough to hallucinate such thing. My other occurrence was when I was a little kid. Might have been 6 years or 10 years, honestly don't remember. This one is not tame at all, and it was pretty scary. So much so that I feel obligated to share. I was in my house going from my bedroom to the kitchen to get something. I turned on the light to the hallway, where to my right would be the living room. We had one of those big-ass plasma TV that weighed a ton. The light from the hallway was just enough to illuminate the living room enough to tell pretty confidently what was going on in there. I first heard some scurried steps coming from there. I couldn't tell the source. At this point, I had just taken my first step into the hallway. I then hear some giggling. I look over and see a small girl. She was looking at me as I had just come in full view of the living room. She had pigtails and was wearing a dress. I think it was black. I just freeze and stare at her. She now quietly heads over to the TV and hides behind it. When our eye contact stopped, I just ran into my bedroom and hid beneath the covers. I've had minor experiences all my life until the time where I stopped being afraid of the dark. I would hear my name being shouted either on the streets or at home. I would see things move as if there were an air current, like tissues or plants. Bedsheets being tugged on, breath on my face while trying to fall asleep. But one day out of nowhere, I stopped being afraid of the dark, not by choice. I just woke up, and I was no longer afraid. When I was 4 years old, my great-grandma died. I remember her a little bit. I remember finding out she passed, but I was 4 at the time. I don't think I was ever told this until I was older, but after my great-grandma died, dimes started showing up, randomly. My family members would find them in random places. I don't remember this as I was very young. My great-aunt, who's one of my grandma's sisters and one of my great-grandma's daughters, apparently after my uncle got in a car accident, she checked the road where it was and everything, and there were dimes on the road where the car crashed. Just dimes. When I was 8, my mom's brother, my uncle, passed away. I was 8, so I remember all of it, but I wasn't super upset by it. Don't get me wrong, I was still really sad I lost my uncle, but I was never crying about it until recently. After finding out what happened, I've been upset. But this isn't about how he died. Now after he passed, pennies started showing up randomly. My mom would find pennies under her pillow, which doesn't even make sense because she doesn't keep coins in her pocket or near her bed whatsoever. Then, as I got older, I started finding both dimes and pennies myself in odd places. I was 10. It was summertime. My older cousin who lives in another state just had twins, and they're my grandparents' first great-grandchildren. So they went to see my cousin, his wife and the kids. My grandparents have a dog though, so me and my mom decided to stay at my grandparents' house while they're gone to look after the dog. We didn't stay there all night and all day, but we'd sleep there and stay for little bits during the day. There wasn't much to do, so one night we decided to play Monopoly. We set it all up right there, and then the dog wanted to go outside, so we took her outside. When we got back, on the Monopoly board was a dime and a penny. We didn't put them there. No one else was in the house while we were gone. I found dimes on the seats of where I sit on the school bus, and I'll say that my great-grandma left it for me, but realistically, someone else was sitting there and it fell out of their pocket. But still, why specifically a dime? Same thing when I find the pennies most of the time. But finding both a dime and a penny on the Monopoly board doesn't make sense when they weren't there before we went outside. Also, my grandparents' house is old. My great-grandparents lived there with my grandma and her siblings. Then my grandparents lived there with my mom and her siblings. So my great-grandma did live there at one time, and so did my uncle. And sometimes I'll even hear footsteps upstairs there, when no one is upstairs, and the footsteps are coming from my uncle's room. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. That was a few years ago, and I still think about it, how the coins got there. Recently, my uncle's death has been really upsetting me. Last Saturday night, a lot of things were upsetting me, my uncle's death being one of them. With all that, I was crying. The next morning, we were going somewhere as a family, and it was going to be a long car ride. So just in case I got really bored, I grabbed a book. When I grabbed the book, a penny came out of it. I haven't touched that book in months. I never put coins in it. I was legitimately crying about my uncle's death the night before, and then that happened. This all would have taken place roughly 10 to 11 years ago, over a period of 2 years. We had moved into this older house in Abu Dhabi, UAE, after living in another house in the city for 2 years. It was a creepy house, very normal and in a pretty populated area that was gaining more popularity. The house was quite old, built well on the outside and made from concrete, but was showing its age on the inside. I never felt anything weird about the house, just annoyed at how often a pipe would leak or paint would need to be touched up. However, I very vividly remember 2 moments in that house. First, I was sleeping in my sister's room with my sister and mother. I must have been around 10 years old, with my sister being 5. I didn't like sleeping alone, and neither did my sister, so we often shared rooms with our parents. I remember randomly waking up in the middle of the night. No idea why. And after a few minutes of lying there awake, I heard a surprisingly loud female scream. It scared me. I woke my mother and said, "Did you hear the scream?" To which she responded, "It was probably just the cats." There were many stray cats that lived in the area. But I knew it wasn't a cat. It sounded like a woman screaming briefly, and definitely sounded as if it came from inside the house. And it wasn't our cat, because he was asleep with my dad. I eventually fell asleep again and didn't bring it up again, never finding out what it was. Secondly, one night I was lying in bed with my dad, my mom in another room with my sister. I was trying to fall asleep, and my dad was reading a book. We then both heard what sounded like a large plastic container being dropped. Me and my dad got up to investigate. My sister and mother were asleep, and there was nothing noticeable that had fallen. My dad explained that it was probably our cat that had knocked something over. We went to bed, and the next day, I basically ignored the experience again and didn't talk about it. But we never found any signs of something falling over. After 2 years in the house and no other events happening to me, we moved to another house in the same area. It was newer and bigger. Nothing happened again, but a few years later, I brought up my story to my mom one day, who then revealed that I wasn't the only one to experience strange things in that house. She explains how one night when me and my sister were sleeping in our own rooms, my dad had gone to bed to read a book, while my mom stayed in the living room to finish a cup of tea. My dad was lying on his side reading when he vividly remembers feeling my mother get into bed with him. He even said, "You finished that tea quickly." But when he turned around, no one was there. My mother was still drinking tea in the living room, and me and my sister were asleep in our own rooms. He struggled to fall asleep that night. Another time, my mom's friend had come over to meet my mom and see the house for the first time, while me and my sister were at school, and my father was at work. My mom's friend, we'll call her Linda, was sitting in the living room while my mom made coffee for the 2 of them. Linda then sees my father walk up the stairs to the 2nd floor. She greets my dad. Let's call him John. "Hey John, good to see you." My mom comes out of the kitchen with coffee and questions who Linda was talking to. Linda says she was greeting my father. But my mother explained how my father was at work and no one else was in the house. Linda was adamant she saw a man walk up to the 2nd floor. My mom and her go upstairs to check and find no one there. Linda left immediately and took a few months before she came back. Finally, the scariest of them all. My mom was watching my sister while I was at a friend's house, and my dad was at work. My sister was playing in her room while my mom read a book in the same room. My mom got up briefly to go to the kitchen and pack some stuff away. When she gets back, my sister is colouring with some crayons. My mom's confused, as she always keeps the crayons on the top shelf in a cupboard with the door closed, because my sister went through crayons crazy fast. To which my sister replied, "The man gave them to me." My mom was alone in the house and had left my 4-year-old sister alone for only 2 minutes. This freaked my mother out a lot, and she never told anyone about it. After moving out, many of our friends told my parents how they disliked coming to our house. They couldn't say why, but said it had a strange feeling to it. And my mom never told me about the incidents so as not to scare me. 10 years later, we haven't experienced anything ever again. But we all still very much remember and dislike talking about that house. Back in 2010 to 2011, I met a World War II veteran who I became very good friends with. His wife passed away in 2012 and he didn't have much of anyone left as he outlived his whole family. His parents were born in the early 1880s and grandparents served in the Civil War. My mother often made dinners for him and we became very close as he spent a lot of time together. He was like the father I didn't have, and I respected and loved him as if he was my father. Fast forward to May of 2021. He had a fall at the nursing home that he was at and broke his hip and a couple ribs. He later fell again at the nursing home and broke his clavicle and 3 more ribs just a few weeks after his first fall. Sadly, that was the beginning of the end. He stopped eating and drinking and died in mid-July. He always had a fascination with ghosts and told us a particular ghost story that took place in the 1950s. I remember I asked him to visit me if he could, and he said he would try. The last time I saw him, he said, "I love you," and passed away shortly after. I was thankful I was there, but I think he held on just long enough for me to leave, so I wouldn't have to see him pass away. He died 5 minutes after I left. Now, back to the 1950s ghost story. He used to live in Kansas City, Missouri, around 1953 to 1966, in a house that he thought was haunted. If they had guests over, the guests often felt a presence or had a lingering feeling that something wasn't right. They would sometimes see shadows and hear things too. The house was built on an old Native American graveyard, but the ghost that haunted the house seemed to be very friendly. My friend always treated the ghost like a member of their family, so that might be why the ghost was friendly. One day, in 1958, he went upstairs to go check something in the guest room and opened the door. He got hit with a cold blast of air and all of the curtains were completely horizontal toward the ceiling. He called his wife over, who also saw it. The curtains remained that way for about 5 minutes before they slowly rested on their own. He left us the house, and we kept it so that we could remember him and keep his legacy alive. I would have dreams about him occasionally, nice dreams too, and left me feeling calm and at peace. We would sometimes hear footsteps and doors close in the house, but didn't pay much attention to it. One day, I heard a crash in the master bedroom, and the curtains had fallen off of the wall somehow. I put them back up, but I could not figure out how it could have come off the wall. The scariest one was around 3 a.m. in the morning, mid-October. My wife and I were sleeping, and she heard a man talking. She couldn't quite make it out, but it sounded like he was telling a story of some sort, something he always liked to do. My wife thought it was me talking and turned around to see what I wanted. She realized I was asleep and saw a shadow man standing next to the window right beside me with a triangular-shaped hat and completely opaque. It even blocked out the light from the side of the window. She got scared and screamed and turned on the light. The figure was still there, but disappeared about 15 seconds later. I woke up and she said I stared right at it, but I didn't see anything. Could this have just been sleep paralysis? She was able to move and talk, but I couldn't see the figure. She's always been a little sensitive to some degree. For the first few months, the house seemed pretty normal. But then one night, my son came screaming down the stairs in what I would call a night terror. I assume he woke up from a nightmare and it just kept going. He finally took a deep breath and said, "I was sleepwalking, I'm okay," and went back up to his room. Then, the weirdness started. One night, I was down in the basement doing laundry, and I heard a small child's voice behind me say, "Hi there." When I turned around, no one was there. At that point, we started finding toys in the basement in obscure places. My first thought was that the children who lived there before had hidden them in the crevices in the walls. Then one day, I noticed a box of old marbles appeared where I had just cleaned. None of the toys belonged to my kids. I also set up a cheap dollar store alarm system around the office area, so I knew when the kids would sneak into the office to try to find birthday and Christmas presents. Little stinkers. They did it often. One day, when I was in the bathroom, the alarm went off. I yelled from the bathroom, "Hey, get out of my office." Since my son and I were the only ones home, I heard him yell from upstairs, "I'm not in your office." As time went by, we could hear a piano playing at night that I thought might be the neighbours, and sometimes the lights and ceiling fan would go on and off. I blame the old lighting. The front door would sometimes open, if not double locked. I told the woman who owned the home before the new landlords bought it, as our kids were friends. She told me the reason why she put the double lock on the door is that someone would open the door at night, and the reason she finally sold the house is because of all the weirdness surrounding it, including the piano. After that, we started looking for another place to live. It was during this time that really strange stuff started happening. My kids would feel like they were getting pushed up the stairs when going up, and then one night, while my son was asleep in his room, he heard an old woman's raspy whisper from the closet saying, "I'm going to kill you." The kids would see shadows of figures going from our back porch area to a small building that belonged to the old house next door, that was supposedly a candy store that burnt up inside years before, but the outside remained undamaged. At this point, we moved. Okay, guys and girls, probably many people have this feeling and ask about this here, but I have to talk about it. Every time I have a strange feeling about being watched, at day I can ignore this, but the worst are nights. I feel this even in a room where I can close every door. I have dreams which I feel are really realistic, and sometimes I miss some people from those dreams, but I've never seen these people. And most importantly, I have strange luck in my life. Once I drank too much and finished hanging above the fence with spikes. Once I slept in a car where I drove at 100 kilometers an hour and ended up in a trench, but somehow I got through it. Car looks like a total disaster, but I made it. I remember when I woke up because I drove through a change post and went down through a trench. Near this was a little divine altar, but the next day when I went there was nothing destroyed. Everything was good, like I was never there, but my car was still full of grass and scratches. In other times, I had a bad year and tried to end it by myself. I took some sleeping pills and drank 2 beers. I think it was just too small of a dose. Once I read something about multiverse, and if you die here, you still live in another dimension and you go there. And also, I heard many stories about some kind of spiritual guardian. I'm very skeptical and know I will never find an answer for sure. But I'm curious if anybody has the same feelings or read or heard more about the answers to these things. I'm 24 years old, and since when I was born, I was always interested in philosophy of mind, religions and why they exist. And I was always a rational, scientific person, until when I was 23 years old. Little backstory first. My vision has always been extremely good. Never wore glasses or lenses. Always a very visual person. One of those guys who constantly stops to look at trees because, like many of you I'm sure, I recognise the sacredness in everything. I was always quite spiritual, without even knowing what the spirit even is. I always felt also that my sessions of free thinking were guided by someone that was not me. Since when I was a kid, I always used my imagination, and I was always interested in the first-person experience, because I feel like the realm of philosophy and religion and science will one day merge. So since I was a kid, I always used my mind for what it is, a viewer. I always felt kind of guided in my thinking. I would see images, concepts, answers to questions I had about society and religion, and so on. I always felt like I knew something else before my birth, but never paid much attention to these thoughts, telling myself they were not real. When I was 21, I finally started to take meditation more seriously, and my exploration into my mind received a great upgrade. At 23 years old, I started to realise that the UFO phenomenon, to which I always felt attracted to, was probably real. And one day, I was discussing this with my family at a dinner. Of course, the members of my family were kind of surprised by the subject, because they always saw in me a very smart person, and UFOs are for crazy people, according to popular belief. So mentally, I told my guides in my mind, I said, if you really exist, and I'm not talking to myself right now, that means you can listen to this. And if you can listen to this, you can show yourself to me. Now if you do, I will give my life to this cause. If you do not, I'll get a family, and I'll presume that I should do what my human peers tell me. Materialize on this physical plane so I can see you with my eyes, or the party's over, and I'll forget you forever. Next morning, I was up at 4:30 in the morning. I didn't use cannabis the night before, so I was completely sober. I went upstairs and made myself a coffee, with the intention of working out. I started to walk towards the park, and not even a minute into the walk, I saw my first UFO in my life. It was 5:02 in the morning of the 23rd of September, 2021, and my heart started racing because I knew they were them, my guides. I saw these 4 lights in the sky flying very fast in formation. Then the formation broke and they spiraled among themselves and disappeared one after the other. Extremely fast, extremely close, almost magical. Absolutely no sound at all, and it couldn't be a satellite. I always look up and always know what I'm looking at. After some months of realizations, I asked them in my head to give me the answers of what this place, Earth, is. And they told me mentally, Alien Interview from Roswell Crash, written by Matilda. I didn't know the book or its title before asking, of course. They didn't tell me this with words, but with images. I found the book and read it, and I was floored. I still don't know if these aliens are manipulating us, and me, and they are actually enemies, but they're so subtle and they respect our free will so much that they don't give me this impression. It feels like they want to help us all. In the book, they basically told us that we're immortal spiritual beings and that we're trapped here because we are imprisoned. You cannot kill one like us, so you can only trap them. In the book, my favourite quote is, I sense your disbelief about being a spiritual being. You want the proof of that? Be above your head now. For the first moment in my life, I realised the obvious. I'm not my head or my body. I became aware that Elle, the alien, is an immortal spiritual being, and so are we all. Basically, according to Elle, we cannot remember our past lives because the people controlling Earth makes us go towards a light that erases your spiritual awareness. And then on Earth, through mind control and false memories installed by the people we love, they ensure we cannot remember who we are or where we come from. Read the book before dismissing it, as it's written in the preface. What is true for you is true for you. An aswang is a monster in Filipino mythology that preys on pregnant women. Unlike the grisly attacks usually shown in horror movies, however, these monsters apparently just prey on the life essence of the unborn baby until it dies and the mother miscarries. The scary part is that these monsters are also part human, meaning they could literally beat anyone during the day. This happened in Metro Manila around 2011. My cousin told me the old man with the new neighbours asked me if you were pregnant. I was shocked. I never even told my family yet. I was 21 and worked nights in a call centre. I never go outside when I'm home, and I was only a few weeks along, so I know I wasn't showing yet. How did this nosy old man know? The said neighbours were new in town, coming from one of the more popular provinces in the Philippines where witchcraft and aswangs are still the norm. They were very friendly, so no one really had anything bad to say about them other than the nasty rumour that they know about aswang. When I was about 8 months on, I was watching late night TV with my brother at around 2 a.m. Something big landed on our tin roof, strong enough to rattle the windows. My brother and I looked at each other with wide eyes as we listened to the footsteps. Yes, footsteps stopped right on top of me. I was never a prayerful person, but at that moment I called on gods and saints and angels to protect my baby. Then I remembered my grandmother's story about how she escaped an aswang attack by placing a pillow between her legs to mask the baby's scent. So I did just that. We had no idea how long we waited, seconds, minutes, but we heard another jump, and then silence. Until this day, I was glad that my brother was with me to vouch for me. I still couldn't believe it happened, and it happened to me. Then I remembered the nosy old man. Could it have been him? Something weird and mysterious unfinished, I suppose. This happened around 8 or 9 years ago. I was in a mall with my daughter, and as a weekend treat, decided to go to a local cake store to sample a slice of their chocolate mousse. A few minutes after getting seated, my phone rang. It said my sister was calling. She was at work at the time and was not allowed phones in the production area, so I was concerned it may be important. When I picked up and said hello, a really creepy, really oily voice I did not recognize said, "Oh, so you're just here eating cake, are you?" I think I may have said a few other things. Ask the name, why they're calling, something like that. The voice just laughed and laughed. It was difficult to identify it as male or female. All I knew was that it was really, really wrong. I looked around, and I remember thinking that I was probably a victim of one of those gag shows. But then again, why go through all the effort of using my sister's name and number just for a prank call? I hung up and looked at my daughter. She was still eating cake. The people around us were minding their own business. The world stayed the same. My little cousin, the son of my mother's sister, was born diagnosed with hemangioma as an infant. Hemangioma is when an infant, during their first few weeks of life, has excess blood vessels. This causes a rubbery reddish bump. My cousin had his on his left cheek, which caused a massive inflammation. His left cheek was visibly larger than the right. 1 year before his birth, his grandmother passed away due to a cancer that grew on her left cheek. Literally the same spot of my cousin's hemangioma. My mother is of Japanese descent and is a firm believer of reincarnation. The rest of the family, however, isn't as religious, and we didn't see it as a big deal. We just thought it was someone in a million coincidences. 2 years after his birth, however, we were showing my little cousin pictures of the family. We happened to come across a picture of my late grandmother, the one I mentioned earlier. My cousin then proceeds to point at my grandmother and says, "Look, Mummy, it's me." What are the odds of that? Also, when my cousin was 2, my grandfather passed away. My cousin lives in the States and I live in the Philippines. When my grandfather passed, my cousin's family came to the Philippines for his wake. We have a condo unit in Manila. We could bring my grandfather along with us there a couple times as he liked playing in the casinos nearby. He had his own room that only he would use when we would stay there. As his funeral location was closer to our condominium than our main home, we decided to stay there the night before the funeral. All rooms were full due to relatives from the US. Since I didn't want to sleep on the couch, I decided to sleep in my recently departed grandfather's room. It was my cousin's first time in our condominium. The morning after, during breakfast, while my mom and her sister were laughing, my cousin out of nowhere says, "Shh, Grampy," my grandfather, "is still sleeping," while pointing towards the room I just slept in. Note that it was his first time there and nobody ever told him that it was my grandfather's room. We have a belief in the Philippines that infants and toddlers could see ghosts, and I'm quite convinced after all that. My grandpa bought an old small house on a mountain, like 60 years ago, with a lot of forest as well. As he bought it, there was already a lot of talk about it being haunted. The story behind this house is that a hunter and his family lived in there and he got killed in a hunting incident, which was more likely a murder, in before mentioned forest. His wife, not able to keep the family together, killed herself in the cellar. At first, I thought all of this was just clever marketing, because he rents out to other people in the summer, even though I've also heard the priest talk about this place independently. Now to the paranormal stuff. There's a guest book in which people can write how they enjoyed their stay and so on. And a few people even know the legends of what happened up there and make jokes about that the ghost was friendly this night and things like that. But there are also a lot of entries of people from other parts of the world who couldn't possibly have known of what happened there. And they were always writing about the same things. Very, very loud steps from the cellar and outside. Asking if someone was here at that time, a very bright light from the middle of the forest in the middle of the night. There's at least 10 acres of forest in each direction, and rarely some white-dressed women walking in the forest. Now to a personal experience. I've never believed in anything like that. That's why sometimes I slept up there myself. I always heard the steps, but never saw a light or a woman in the forest. This one night was different. I woke up at maybe 3 a.m. in the morning and needed to take a piss. I still don't know why, but I decided to go outside instead of the very nice WC we have indoors. As I started, suddenly an extremely bright light shone directly in my face. I ran to my car and never slept again. Before I get into my experiences, I need to first give you a picture of where I live. I live in Arkansas, about 20 minutes from a very small town, and 40 minutes away from Fort Smith. My fiancée and I live in a 1-acre plot of land, quite a ways from the highway, surrounded by trees. We have neighbours, but not super close to us. My fiancée's father and grandfather live on this land with us, but in their own separate buildings. The first experience happened about 2 months ago. My fiancée and I were hanging out together because she was off that day. She works from a turkey packaging plant and has gone from 2 p.m. to anywhere from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And we heard a lot of rustling and movement in the bushes and trees next to our small house. So I went onto my porch with a flashlight to see what's up. I was still hearing the sounds, but not seeing anything, so I just brush it off and go back inside. Well, the next day, she tells me her grandpa heard stuff too and saw 2 glowing red eyes in the trees. He tells her whatever it was taller than him and he's about 6 foot. I hear scraping on my metal roof, which I suppose could be tree branches, but the times I hear it, there's no wind. A few times I've heard light tapping on the side of my house. Sometimes I think I hear voices outside, but I'm always watching stuff on my phone or playing a video game, so I always try to brush it off as me just hearing things. My grandfather has a dog who roams around the property at night when he forgets to bring him in or falls asleep. Fluffy has been barking randomly at night sometimes for a few minutes to a few hours. A few nights ago, I let my dogs out to use the bathroom. I have 2 leads for them because I can't trust them not to run off. I notice while I'm getting my St. Bernard off lead that my husky is staring up at the driveway at something I can't see. A few seconds later, she just starts cowering like she's scared and ends up peeing where she is, so I yell at her to get inside, which she does, and I start taking her lead off, when I noticed Fluffy race up the driveway and start barking, so I book it inside. My husky immediately ran into her kennel and wouldn't come out the rest of the night. Not even for a treat or my fiancée, whom she adores. The day after the incident with my husky, I again let the dogs out, and as I'm letting my dogs back in, I noticed 2 red glowing dots through my neighbour's fence that's about 30 feet away from the positioning, and I can tell that they're 4 to 5 feet off the ground. I try not to freak out and do my best to calmly get my dogs back inside, but I almost have a panic attack. This was at 7:30 p.m. My fiancée got home about 11 p.m, where I gained the courage to go back out with my dogs, where the lights were still there. When I went to investigate the next day, they were gone, and that night, no lights. Yesterday, I let both my dogs out again, and was out there for a few minutes when my fiancée came rushing out and asked me if I'm okay. Apparently, she heard a loud noise like I fell, and like my St. Bernard yelped like he was injured. I got freaked out and told her to stay outside with me, where she tells me how quiet it is outside and how she's getting a bad feeling. That's everything I can remember at the moment. I don't know what's happening, and I honestly feel as if I'm going crazy. This happened around somewhere between the ages of 9 to 11 years old. My mother, little sister and I used to live in another city, but would come back down to our hometown every weekend and stay at my grandmother's house. Bit of backstory. I've always been scared of my grandmother's house, but it's hard to explain as I never really saw anything in her house. I just would always feel this horrible fear in the pit of my stomach, like something bad was around and I wasn't wanted. Prior to us moving to another city, I would stay down at my grandma's house a lot around the weekends as a child. She had 2 bedrooms upstairs but had a bed downstairs in the living room because it was difficult for her to climb the stairs. I would always share my grandma's bed downstairs. I was too scared to sleep upstairs, even after we had moved and all 3 of us would come down to visit and stay the weekend. My mother and sister would sleep upstairs, but I still refused to sleep upstairs with them. I always slept with my grandma. Never really had any issues other than breaking out in a cold sweat from fear, but this night was different. Bit more backstory that's prominent to the story. I have an older sister who wasn't living with us and still lived in our hometown. She was meant to be coming down the next day to visit us. This is where it starts to get strange. I remember sitting up and getting out of bed in the middle of the night, thinking that my sister was outside. The weird thing is, it was almost as if something was speaking to me, through me. I could have sworn I was talking to myself out loud. I got up and said, "Big sis is outside," and I had to open the door to her. So I started walking and making my way to the front door. As I'm making my way through the living room, I start approaching the front room. That's when fear starts setting in. It was pitch black in the front room, and I really did not want to go in there, as I was scared of the room, especially at night. So I tried my best to stop myself from entering the front room, but I had no control of my body. It was like I was a puppet on strings. The only thing I could move slightly were my eyeballs. So by now, I had made my way to the end of the front room. I unlocked the front door, opened it, stepped out, briefly looked around in search of my older sister. I think this must have been around autumn or winter time, because a big gust of wind blew in my face, and I regained control over my body. As soon as that all happened, my grandma came frantically running out after me to bring me back into the house. They then started hiding the front door keys from me. Here's what confuses me the most. I've never had a history of sleepwalking. I never sleepwalked prior to this situation, and I never sleepwalked after. It was only ever this once. Another thing that confuses me is that I always under the assumption that sleepwalkers are never really aware of what's going on. When I feel like I was for the most part aware, I just couldn't do anything about it, as it wasn't in my control. Another thing I might think be worth mentioning, although this might be reaching and just sounds insane within itself, is that black magic is practiced a lot within my family. It doesn't help that my mother's sisters don't really get along well, and probably all do weird-ass spells against each other for their own personal gain. The relationship between their mother, my grandma, was also a bit sticky. They would all compete against one another to be her favourite, so my grandmother's house was probably Hogwarts. The incident has always been on my mind. I've always wondered to what was actually happening to me, because deep down, I've always never believed it was just sleepwalking. Whether it's something paranormal, something to do with black magic or witchcraft, or just some sleeping disorder that I'm not aware I have or had, maybe just got activated due to stress. For some context, I'm the joint youngest of my mum's children, being one of 5 with a twin brother. However, I have 12 siblings altogether, but all the others aside from me, my twin brother and the 3 others, share both the same mother and father. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but just to lay it all out there. As a child, I was fascinated with the paranormal. I fully understood at a young age what a spirit and ghost was, as my nan would talk about her many experiences. And she's not a woman to lie. But that's a story for another time. Before the encounter I'm about to tell you about, I hadn't had any that I could relay or remember. Just some spooky things that myself or one of my siblings apparently did or said, but like I said, I can't even remember them, so I don't think they're worth mentioning. Anyway, I was roughly 7 years old, when my mum, at the last minute, decided to take me to work with her, She owned her own business, and I didn't want to stay at home with my older sister. My sister was asleep when me and Mum left, and wasn't aware that I wasn't at home. From my twin brother and sister's point of view, this is what happened. Annalise woke up and yelled to the top of the stairs for me and my brother to come down and help tidy up. My brother apparently came straight down and helped. Meanwhile, my sister yelled once again, "Lily," my name, "come down and help now," while threatening to confiscate my computer or phone, etc. if I continued to ignore her. Getting angry, she shouted, "Lily!" again, and instead of being met with silence, this time she heard me respond, "I don't care," and "go away." She heard this clearly and turned to my twin brother Daniel and promptly asked what's wrong with her. My twin brother, having also heard me respond from upstairs, just shrugged. My sister left it alone and continued with some house chores alongside my brother. A couple of hours later, me and our mum came into the house, and before I could even take another step, Annalise came up to me and angrily said, "What's wrong with you earlier?" I asked what, genuinely confused as to what she was referring to. Annoyed, she rolled her eyes at me and said, "You didn't have to give me such an attitude earlier. I only asked you to help tidy up." At this point, I was extremely confused. And not being a confident or argumentative person, I started to get upset, as that was usually my response to being yelled at. Our mum, who was just as confused as me, asked Annalise what she was on about, to which Annalise responded she wouldn't help clean up earlier. I called her name and she was rude to me. I looked at our mother with a pleading look and then back at my sister. "You're lying," I said. "I've been with Mum all day at work." My sister, taken aback by this, raised a brow and looked at me, then also at our mum, who nodded. "We left this morning." I remember seeing my sister's angry expression fade, and she made a look that seemed as though she was deep in thought, before telling us that she'd heard, and why she assumed I'd been home. My twin brother's lawyer confirmed that he also heard my voice earlier that day. I always doubted Annalise and Daniel's version of events that day, as although I was interested in the paranormal, I was still afraid of the thought of a ghost being in our house. Well, the doubt continued until one night when I was home alone. It was 2016 and I was now 13. I used to play this game that doesn't really exist anymore, Small Worlds, not that it's relevant. But I'd spend most nights on this game. I was hooked. Being home alone didn't really faze me, though I was a little sketched out as we lived right next to these woods. I felt our dog would keep me safe, despite only being this little Jack Russell cross bike on cross. Anyway, back to the main point. A few hours into gaming and listening to music, my dog was sitting on my bed asleep, and I heard the front door downstairs open, and somebody walk in. Not thinking anything of it, I shouted down, "Annalise?" No response. So I said my other siblings' names, expecting to hear one of them. I shrugged, not thinking much of it, and headed to my room. I picked up my phone and texted my older brother Blake, and asked if he'd just come in or not, as well as sending the same message Annalise and to my other older sister Katie, and my twin brother Daniel. Another few minutes pass, and I decided to just go down and check, as nobody has responded to me yet. As I get to the landing, I hear my sister shout, "It's just me, don't worry," and the footsteps descending into her bedroom, which was on the other side of the house downstairs. It was Annalise, who I'd heard of. I felt a little better about it, but still had a weird feeling that I couldn't explain in my stomach. I decided to go downstairs and make a hot chocolate. While flicking the kettle on, I shouted, "Annie, do you want a hot chocolate? I'm making one." No response. A little annoyed, I opened the door and through the small corridor and opened her door. Before I could even say anything, I noticed that her room was empty. Freaked out at this point, I thought maybe she'd just gone back out and tried to rationalize everything. I went back to the kitchen, and that's when I saw something that made my heart drop into my stomach. The front door key. It was on the kitchen cabinet, untouched and unmoved from where my mum had left it. Feeling sick at this point, I tried the handle to the front door, and to my horror, it was locked. This freaked me out so much, because remember earlier when I said I heard that door open and footsteps come in? Yeah. I thought, screw the hot chocolate, and made a beeline for the stairs, getting back into my bedroom and shutting the door once myself and my pup were safely inside. I went to grab my phone to ring one of my siblings or my mum, and to my disbelief, all of my siblings had replied, saying that they hadn't come home. I called Annalise, wanting this to be some stupid prank that she was trying to pull, as it was her that I had heard. To my surprise, she answered. She never answered the phone. She said, "What's wrong?" I said rather abruptly, "Did you just come home?" My sister sighed, as if I'd asked the stupidest question in the world, and replied, "Can you not hear the background?" With that, I listened. It was rather obvious that she was at a party. At this point, I began to cry as I told her what had happened. She comforted me the best she could and said she'd make her way home shortly and to just stay in my bedroom. Nothing else happened that night, but when my sister got home, she asked me if I remembered that day. She told me what happened when I was about 7, and as if I had just unlocked memories I didn't realise were still there, I said, "Yeah, actually I do." And we just shared a slight disturbed. It was after that night I fully believed my sister's version of events that day she had heard me, despite not being home. There were a few smaller incidences of the same thing. My brother using the bathroom and realising there was no toilet paper had shouted for my other brother or one of us to grab him some. He heard my twin brother shout, "Okay," and then, well, nothing. And then my brother realised that we were all at school and nobody else was home. He was supposed to be at school too, but was skipping. And to clarify, in all of these stories, the person whose voice had been heard was not home. I've only told this story once or twice, and I'm usually met with people saying that it didn't happen, and that I'm lying. But I know for sure what I heard that night, and I believe my sister and my brother heard what they did too. However, I'm 18 now, and I still can't figure out what this was. If anybody could give me their opinions or similar experiences, I'd be super grateful. It's been sitting heavy on me for years, not knowing. August 2019. It was about 1 a.m. in the morning. I had just put my phone down and decided it was time to go to sleep. I was staring straight into the corner of my room for a couple of minutes when I saw a black figure, head first, slowly come down from the ceiling. I could only see up to its shoulders before I screamed my lungs out and thrashed around my bed trying to find my phone to shine the flashlight at it. But as soon as I did it was gone. My throat hurt so bad from my scream, but my brother didn't hear me. Oddly enough, my 4-year-old dog didn't react to the figure. I'm not sure if she saw or was just tired and didn't sense it. But it's safe to say I didn't get any sleep that night. I stayed up talking to a friend on the phone until about 4:30 a.m. Then decided to bring my oldest dog, Toby, into my room for comfort. 2 weeks later, my big boy Toby passed away. October of 2019, I had just gotten ready to go to a Halloween party and was taking selfies in my bedroom mirror, which is located directly under where I saw the black figure 2 months prior. A few weeks later, I was looking through those selfies when I noticed one of them had a strange smudge-looking figure in it. In that photo, my 4-year-old dog is looking directly at the figure. For a second, I thought my mirror was possibly dirty, but the figure only appeared in one photo. I showed it to friends and they thought it looked like a face, or a dog. I didn't know how to feel about it, whether to think it was my Toby who had just passed, or something else. Anyways, last night around 7 p.m, I decided to wash my bed sheets, including my mattress cover. The mattress cover is the type you have to zip onto your mattress. It's sort of easy to unzip and remove, but incredibly hard to put back onto your mattress and zip it up, especially if you're doing it on your own like I was. During the whole process of washing the sheets and cover and placing them in the dryer, my cat Nova wandered into my room and sat down. Thanks to my poor planning skills, I finished my laundry at about 10:15 p.m. and was now attempting to zip the cover back onto my mattress. In doing so, I had to lift the mattress and place it on my knee to hold it up, while using the bed slats to support my foot. I was wearing slippers. I was halfway done with the zipping when I heard my cat's bell ring, and immediately after, I felt something gently rub against the bottom of my slipper, with enough strength to lift my foot up. It felt almost like when a cat rubs its body against your leg. I yelled, "Nova," thinking my cat had gotten under my bed, which she's never done before. I instantly lifted the mattress from my knee and looked underneath it to get her out, but nothing was there. I then looked behind me and noticed Nova hadn't moved from her original spot. She was still facing the same direction away from me, indicating she hadn't moved at all. I know what you're thinking. Maybe she got out before I looked. But the thing is, Nova is mentally delayed. She's incredibly so with everything she does and needs help with the simplest activities. And normally, once she finds a spot to sit, she doesn't move for hours. I honestly just began laughing while still holding the bed up. I was so confused. What really just happened? Kept running across my mind. I'm honestly not sure what to think of everything that's happened so far. I haven't told my parents anything. I'm not sure if they've experienced anything in the house, or if it's just me and my room. So recently, we've been hearing knocking on the door to our apartment. A couple small knocks, dogs go crazy, we all get goosebumps. All is quiet for a while. The knocks don't happen every night, and when they do, the time is very inconsistent and often infrequent. I live with my mother, stepfather, 3 dogs and a cat in the apartment, which is the basement of my grandmother's house. Before it was finished many years ago, as far back as the 80s and 90s, this basement was my mother's room. And leading up to her moving at age 21, she would hear knocking on the door, which freaked her out, but she blamed it on recurring dreams or someone in the house messing with her. Recently, my mother heard it again, and it mildly alerted one of the dogs. I feel it's safe to note that we are moving out in a few months, and we've just gone into the final stage of securing a house, something consistent with when my mom heard the knocking at a younger age. Later in the same night, after my stepdad woke up for an unrelated reason, they both heard it, and this time 2 of the 3 dogs started barking and the other one woke up. The first knock, according to them, was around 10:30, and the second knock was around 3 o'clock. I thought they were trying to mess with me, until today the dogs began to bark around 2 p.m, and later, at around 6:30, I actually heard the knock myself before they were alerted once again. Yesterday, I brought up the old dog camera we don't use anymore, since my mother is working from home due to COVID-19, and we set it up out there. Upon checking today, for some reason it was not recording during the first knock, probably our own fault, and when we checked on the second knock, there was nothing at either side of the door. So I'm not a drinker anymore. Was as a teen, but not now so much. I just get bored of it. Never finish more than 1 drink before it's like, I don't have to. So I decided to have my 1 drink as my girlfriend went to bed. As we have LEDs on all night until I sleep, because I operate during the night, watching her sugars if she's without a CGM, type 1 diabetic, and I have terrible eyesight, so we don't want me getting hurt. I also have other medical issues that could really get fucked if I'm to misstep or something. She deals with it and is a good sport. So as I was laying in bed, I got the insane urge to get out of bed and watch her sleep from the foot of it. I did, for like 5 minutes. And then I looked beside me, and I saw this just dark but very clearly there in the blue light figure, just standing shoulder to shoulder with me. I didn't feel threatened, but I felt more calm. Then all of a sudden, I felt fear and hopped into bed and woke up my girl. The shadow was gone. Then a few days passed with no activity, and our cat comes into our room. Her name is Neo, and she's this super tame, super calm, lovely cat. Well, after a short while, and she puffs her tail out, gets her hackles up, and starts hiding behind me and my girlfriend. It starts bugging us, because we're just being affectionate to her, so I go to kick her out. As I near the door, she starts getting upset. So my girlfriend makes an offhand joke about the movie Lights Out. Like, oh, there's going to be someone behind that door, like in the movie. And I shit you not, when I opened that door, there was indeed a shadowy figure standing there. The same one, I believe, that I encountered before. I was very obviously shitting some bricks, but I tried to play it down for my girlfriend. She gets very scared anytime something starts happening. So the cat loses its mind, and we just decide to stay in the room for the rest of the night. We had treatments for her if she went low, so we were set. She went to the bathroom later in the evening though, and she ran back into me because she heard someone whispering her name to her through the crack under the door. There have been other minor things, like electronics glitching out and making almost cartoonist glitch noises, sometimes with voices ringing through the static and bugging. I really hope someday we can catch this stuff on film, maybe while making a YouTube video or when I'm live on Twitch. If so, I'll put it up with any updates I do further. Once again, I respect your opinion if you don't believe me, and I thank you guys for not being rude about it. Was walking the dog at a local park. It has quite a bit of development around it, like some car dealerships, a few plazas across the street, and so on. It's also located a few miles from the local jail. I've taken the dog there quite a bit over the years, sometimes on leash, sometimes off. Encountered some moose at nights, but never anything beyond that. As I'm following the path back to the main park, I'm on a divided section that's surrounded by fencing on both sides. The car dealership on one and their storage lot on the other. This stretches pretty much until there's a clearing half a mile ahead, which is really an empty lot that is fairly large. The fencing on both sides is fairly new, but there is a cutaway section on the south side as you approach the park. We're walking west, passing all the dealerships, coming to the clearing where the fencing ends and the big lot opens up, and I see a Native American fellow walking towards me. He was wearing all black. I think he also had a hat on, fairly skinny, with long hair. He kind of had a smile or smirk on his face, but overall didn't give me any type of vibe or feeling. I was actually more concerned that the dog would misbehave, since he was still young and prone to be overly friendly with strangers. My dog didn't even react, and we passed each other. At that point, I guess I felt a bit sketchy and just wanted to look back to get a quick glance. I looked back and I didn't see him. Mind you, it's not even 20 feet from where we had just crossed. I was a bit puzzled, since I felt I should have seen him as soon as I looked back. Naturally, this got me curious, so I went back to venture and see if he's crossing this big open lot, but I don't see anyone. I think, okay, maybe he's hopped the fence and is in the car lot, but again, I didn't see anything, and I definitely didn't hear any fence rattling. At this point, I figure I'm just bugging out, and he must have slipped out somewhere that I just didn't check. I head back past the open lot and pretty much back to the park. I look back again, and I see a coyote looking right at me. The dog hadn't reacted this entire time, and he's extremely reactive. So I just figured let's get out of here, and sprint a few feet more, and again look back. The coyote hasn't moved, and it's still staring. At this point, a lady on a bike is approaching the coyote way, and I figure this is a good time to end the walk and depart. At the time I was 17, and in my town he had an abandoned horse racing track. Now for context, this building is tucked back from the road, and is at the point of falling apart. Like, cannot go upstairs falling apart. Me and my dumb friends, of course, are enticed by this place, so one night we decide to go. After walking to the track from the main road, your body is just filled with an eerie sense. We decided to enter through the main entrance this time, instead of the back entrance. Upon walking in the shattered glass doors, there were also about 5 or 6 of us going this time, me entering last. The glass continued to crunch behind me and my friend Colin. Confirmed to me he had heard it too. So we first head to the basement. Down here, not much happens, besides some odd bangs and clanks, which could be anything. But the real fear set in when we went back to the main floor. Now this floor is huge and open, with windows on all sides. So we could not use lights since we were trespassing, and did not want anyone to call the cops after seeing the lights. We enter the middle of the floor and stand in the darkness, the only light coming from the moon through the windows, which is then when we started hearing steps above us. Of course, in my head, I'm saying, fuck this, but we decided to wait a little longer. This is when shit got scary. We started hearing more and more noises. To one side, we could see a shadow figure walking briskly across, only to be outlined by the moonlight. And then to the other side, the same damn thing. But they didn't look like normal people. They didn't move the same way, is the only way I can explain it. At this point, it seems like these figures are surrounding us. My fight or flight says, get the fuck out. And so that's what I told my friends too. And we booked it out of there and did not stop running until we're back at the car. So now back home, I'll keep this brief since it's not the paranormal parts. I look up possible deaths at this place. Turns out 2 girls were murdered on the train tracks behind the building, and some people died working there. This is probably about a month later. Only 3 of us this time. Colin again, and I'll say Jay. We do the typical walking around and dumb provoking, the typical noises of bangs and clanks. So we decided it was too boring, and it was time to leave. And that's when he says he wants to wait a second alone, while we walk back to the car. Not even a minute later, he's sprinting past me, and Jay never gets scared. So Colin and I decided, oh fuck, let's run. We get back to the car where Jay tells us he was talking out loud, asking if anyone was there, when he heard a voice behind me. Instinctively, he turned around, and that's when something pushed him from the way he was just facing. Since that incident, I never returned, partly because I turned 18 and did not need to ruin my future being caught, partly because I felt like something evil was there. When I was 18, I took an evening job at Taco Bell. Well, let me back up slightly. I live in Ogden, Utah. The Taco Bell I had encountered was the one on Harrison Boulevard. There's only one on that 10-mile long street, so there's no mistaking which one I'm talking about. When I turned 18, the year was 1996, when Taco Bell was still serving the chili cheese burrito. It was right around then that the gordita was introduced. So, I would work the closing shift. I was so excited because I loved their food. I learned fast. The guys whose team I just joined were quick to let me know that the store was haunted. I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so the whole ghosts and spirits were instantly dismissed as bullshit and some harmless hazing. They insisted, though, that it was the truth and would learn soon enough. They weren't wrong. Sleeves of cups and lids would fall off shelving. If you know fast food, you know that mostly packaging and cups are often kept in the boxes they're shipped in. So no rolling off the shelf. There's no way they'd end up on the ground unless they were intentionally tossed to the ground. At one point, I wanted to challenge the theory. So I meticulously stacked all the stuff, making sure it was sturdy and not likely to end up on the floor. That shit still ended up on the floor, no matter how I positioned it. Then there were the bathrooms. The hand dryers were flipping on and off randomly, all night until about 6, then it would quiet down. Never when working a random lunch shift. Never during the day. Yet, once the doors were locked, my already dying Jehovah's Witness sensibilities were basically put on life support after my time there. We were a walk-up friendly establishment. If you don't know what a walk-up is, well, it's what you would do if you had no car, but were really serving a Santa Fe chalupa. Then it took you forever to walk there, so by the time you arrived, Taco Bell was closed. What do? You walk up to the only place you can place an order. The only available portal to all that Taco Bell greatness. The drive-thru. Which is where the last bit takes place. I was sweeping the floor behind the counter. I look up and it's a really old dude. Guessing he looked about 100. Frail is a word that I would say about him. I glanced away to prop the broom, begin walking over. Only as I got within 6 steps of the window do I glance up to see no one standing there. I walk over and I'm searching around for the guy. He was gone though. 24 years later, I still don't see how this helpless looking man could have possibly sprinted around and out of sight, and the amount of time it took me to drop the broom and walk over a few steps. If you go work there, you've been warned. I just watched Ju-On/The Grudge tonight for the first time. Honestly, a great movie. The 80s to early 2000s always feel the most suitable times to me for horror films because of the low budget animations and shitty quality cameras. Especially films made in Japan, as the people there really know how to set the fucked up mood. Anyways, the movie was probably on the scale of 7 to 8.5 for me, on the creep factor. Wasn't the worst horror experience I had, but it's probably been numbed down from all the shit I've put myself through in the past, to get a little spooked as the feeling is pretty addicting. After I finished watching it and turned off the TV, I snuck outside through the window for a quick smoke break before bed. Keep in mind that it's 2:30 in the morning. The window I have to go through is above the fridge in the kitchen and leads outside, not far from the ground. There's a ledge that's reachable from the window and the ground, so I use that as the median to get myself up and down every time. When I finally got down, I suddenly felt a really fucked up feeling, as if something or someone was out there watching me. I immediately started hearing creaking noises from my neighbour's yard to the left of me, but they started far away and started to get closer. I brushed it off and assumed it was the wind and lit my cigarette. Then, after the noises stopped, I started hearing the swings creak in the neighbour's yard to the other side of me on the right. When I finally built up the courage, I decided to peek over the fence and could have sworn I saw a figure on the swing. Didn't know for sure, so I kept my cool and kinda huddled where nobody could see me. Finally, that noise stopped, and once again I stood back up, and I swear to fuck, I saw a lady in the back window of the house behind mine, to the right. She was staring right at me. I saw her whole body, but it looked like her face was 100% blank. This was not a hallucination, because after seeing it, I immediately climbed back through my window. It took me like 5 minutes just scrambling to get inside, and looked out my window just to see her standing still, in the same position, staring at me just as she did before. My mind was racing. I didn't know what to think. Was this a full-blown spirit? Some creepy mannequin that some weirdo decided to leave there? Or was it just our neighbour who saw me sneak inside, not being able to make out my face, thinking I was some intruder? All of these thoughts managed to scare the fuck out of me, so I ran upstairs to my room, turned on my Mac and told my friend everything. He was sleeping, so I went back down and checked the window again. She was still there. Weird thing is, as much as she could be a mannequin or something that could be made out to look like a woman, an obvious head was pointed straight in my direction. It gave me eerie-ass vibes, and I cannot sleep one bit. I'm going back down to check it again through the window, and to brush my teeth. My grandpa, nan, and father all passed away inside the house, so there's history here. The first time I experienced something in this house was quite a few years ago. I was with my friends and we were playing a prank on another friend, who was sleeping at the time. We were going to barge into the room he was sleeping in and wave sparklers in his face and make a lot of noise to wake him up. I decided to film this and share it with my other friends. When I looked back at my footage the next day, while we were preparing to barge into the room, we were trying to be quiet not to wake him. There was a very clear voice in the video that didn't belong to anyone there. It was a very thick American accent and said, "Get out of my way." None of us heard it at that moment, only in the video. Another time I experienced something in the house was when I was having an argument with my girlfriend, and mid-sentence, all the taps in the house turned on at the same time. Now this could be due to faulty plumbing, but it scared the crap out of both of us enough to stop arguing. Not too sure if this is paranormal or not. I've been touched by something on my neck while washing dishes. I was home alone and washing dishes late at night and felt a cold, almost wet touch stroke the back of my neck. It made the hairs on my neck stand up and sent tingles down my arms. But now we get to the interesting stuff. So because the house is very old, we've had it renovated, and now the activity has multiplied. Just last night, I had someone walking down my hallway and stopping outside my bedroom. No one was home, just me. Doors are open when I know I've shut them, and doors are closed when I know I've left them open. But the weirdest one has only started in the last few nights. When I'm in bed at night, I hear someone walking on my roof. Not an animal, like human steps. I rushed outside with a torch to check, thinking there was something or someone actually on my roof, but nothing. It has happened every night at around midnight without fail. Just someone on my roof. I'm sure I'm forgetting some stuff over the years, but this house is definitely haunted, but I don't feel unsafe. It feels as if my family is making it known that they're still here with me. I lived in a house that was built very close to an old one-room schoolhouse that was boarded up due to the headmaster shooting all of the students and his wife, burying them on the school's property, and hanging himself in the attic. Keep in mind, while reading this, I have always had security cameras surrounding my house and pointing toward the street. One night, my friend and I had gotten home from a camping trip. We were 16 at the time. We had been sitting on the couch at around 1 a.m. as we were waiting for some episode of some TV show or something. We had the Apple TV on, and anyone familiar with Apple products knows how easy it is to mirror your device onto another one. I had a monitor in my living room with all of my security cameras on a constant stream. They recorded 24/7, but stored motion with high sensitivity. Next to the monitor was my TV. The TV glitched over to another image, not the mirroring screen, and it was an image directly into the bay window behind us. You could see my CCTV monitor as well as the TV it was playing on us on the couch. The cameras picked up no motion and nobody outside. They were pointed where they were supposed to be. It stayed on for about 10 seconds before the power went out. We went down to the basement to check the breakers and were trying to decide if calling the cops was worth it. Even though the cameras didn't pick up anything, the breakers were all on. When we came back upstairs, the power came back. All of the cabinets in the kitchen were open, as well as the fridge and the doors on my entertainment centre. When we decided not to call the cops, it wasn't someone hacking into the TV and or the cameras, as all of the windows were still locked. Both entryways were dead bolted shut. From then on, I had to come home to cabinets open, lights on that had been left off, stuff moved around. We'd hear footsteps through the house, as well as kids laughing. I grew up in North County, San Diego. I don't live there anymore, but this story pertains to the road leading through Lake Hodges, a reservoir and hiking spot in Escondido, California. It's a gorgeous but spooky area. The lake is surrounded by sleepy canyons filled with yapping coyotes and old farmhouses spread out among big lots. There are barely any streetlight on the residential streets cradling the lake. The lake itself has some dark history only locals might know. A high school girl got raped and murdered while jogging along the main trail when I was around the same age. My best friend's sister and her friend found voodoo dolls and knives stuck to some oak trees along the trail once. Creepy shit. San Diego looks nothing like the Deep South, but Lake Hodges has a similar complex about it. It feels like something unspeakable has happened there. When I was in high school, around 2009 to 2011, my friends and I would drive around and smoke cigarettes. We listened to new music and had existential adolescent conversations. Often, we would drive around at night. I believe the first time this happened was in late winter of 2010. We were driving down the windy road, past the point separating the dam from the rest of the lake. As we were about to turn a corner, we saw this figure of a tall man standing on the side of the road. He had his thumb up, looking to hitchhike. His hair was wet and black, and the best adjective I can conjure up for him is slimy. He was wearing his wet trench coat and his face was wan. When our headlights met his eyes, they looked vacant, yet melancholy, staring off into space like a zombie. But still, there was something soulful about them. I can't explain it, and it's been over a decade, so I've had plenty of time to reflect on how strange sorrow I witnessed in him. Anyway, he vaguely resembled a drowned pirate, and we were all terrified. A few months later, same thing. We saw the same figure hitchhiking a bit further down the road. This time, we were even more mortified. A hitchhiker in the same place in the same clothes, twice. A year or so later, I had returned from college for spring break and was catching up with my same friend, barreling down the road. Somehow, the topic of the hitchhiker came up. My friend told me that she had just seen him again recently at a different spot down the same road at night. We commented on how we knew he was a ghost, or just not human. My main questions are still, why would a hitchhiker always be looking for a ride along the same road? Always at night, and seemingly only in the early part of the year. And how the hell is it so obvious he's dead? We had moved into a flat in a completely new area when I was around 13. Nothing we experienced was immediately, oh my god, it's a fucking ghost. But they were just little odd encounters that got us questioning how exactly it happened. The odd experiences started on the day after the move, and it was just me and my mother. We were sitting down watching TV, and my mother stood up to go to the toilet as I remained sitting down. After about a minute of her being in the bathroom, I heard her shout, "Why have you just walked into your room?" But I hadn't. I was still sitting on the sofa, watching TV. I hadn't moved at all. When she came back, she told me that she heard footsteps walking down the corridor and into my bedroom on the right. This could be explained logically, though, as our downstairs neighbours were quite loud, and we could hear them talking and banging around at some points, so it wouldn't be a surprise if we heard their loud footsteps too, but I just thought I'd mention it anyways. The second encounter was when I was cooking, if I remember correctly. This was a couple months after we moved in, and I was helping my mother make dinner. I was in charge of making the cheese sauce. I'm just there whisking away until I turn around for a few seconds to grab my drink and check my phone. As I was turned around, the whisk somehow managed to flip itself out of the saucepan and onto the floor, which confused both myself and my mother. Now, me and my mother never saw it happen, but we were both confused at how it managed to do that. I'm sure I didn't knock it with my hand or arm, because surely it would have come with me, and I didn't leave it on top of the saucepan. I left it leaning towards the side of it, inside of the saucepan. It was almost as if something picked it up and just dropped it on the floor. Could this be logically explained? Before I move on to my main odd encounter, I thought I'd mention two little things that also used to happen. Whenever I was alone, I'd always see something out of the corner of my eye, as if something was standing behind me or watching me and disappeared as soon as I turned around. Again, could just be a shadow of myself or something else around me, or just where I was standing, but I thought I'd mention it anyways. Things would also go missing in that flat and randomly turn up in the most random of places, or in the spot where we originally left them. For example, we'd lose cutlery or pieces of clothing, can't find it anywhere, we give up, and a week or so later, it's back. Is this a normal thing that happens? Were we just too blind to see the thing right in front of us, or was Casper messing around with our things? This is something that only happened to me. It only happened once, but it's something that still keeps me up at night. I was around 14 when this happened, and it was around 1 AM or 2 AM, and I was getting ready to go to sleep. Since my sleep schedule was totally fucked back then, still is a little bit now, and I turned off my TV and turned around to face the wall. After about a minute of me turning around, it felt as though something was touching and moving my hair around, but I just assumed it was because I turned around too quickly. I then began to feel really cold, almost as if I went cold-blooded for about 20 seconds. Then everything went back to normal again. I heard a little bit of movements in my room, then all of a sudden, I heard something whisper breathing into my ear, almost like an exhale, and I immediately shot up, seeing nothing but the darkness. I thought I heard it again, so I immediately turned my TV back on and didn't go to sleep until about 5 in the morning. The hair touching and me feeling cold could all be explained logically, but I find it hard to find a logical explanation for the breathing I supposedly heard. It couldn't have been the wind, since my window and vent weren't open. It wasn't my mother or her boyfriend, since both our bedroom doors were shut, so... was I just overtired and hearing things? I don't know, but I still get the chills and am terrified to go to sleep, almost every night now, thinking I'll hear it again. So when I was about 3 or 4, I had this imaginary friend named Alice, and I used to play with her 24/7. I used to take up biscuits for her, my mum had to make a plate of food for her whenever we were eating. We were just best friends, and my parents thought nothing of it. They just thought that it was normal, because it is normal for children to get imaginary friends at some point. But some weird things started to happen. The first thing my mother told me is that one day she left a baby monitor upstairs. For whatever reason, I'm not sure. And it started to pick up white noise, as if something was trying to communicate. You would have thought that maybe it would have been connected with other baby monitors in the area, but she told me that our neighbours had no babies, so there would be no need to have a baby monitor on. It was probably just a minor glitch in the baby monitor, so no big deal, but it's slightly weird. Another thing that used to happen is that whenever I would be downstairs or at school, and my parents would just be chilling upstairs, they would hear footsteps upstairs, and it would either sound like somebody was playing in my room when I wasn't in there, or walking down the hallway, and obviously, they would go up to check and there would be nobody there. They were just basic things, nothing too drastic, and you could put them down as normal things. The next thing I'm about to tell you is quite creepy. One night, my mother was putting me down to bed, and she tucks me in. And she was about to leave the room, but as she was about to leave the room, I said, "Night," insert my mother's name, and it genuinely freaked her out. When she asked me about it, I went on to say, "That wasn't me, that was Alice." So I'm not sure what went on there, and if I thought that it was a joke back then, but, you know. Another thing I should mention is that I was a very bad sleeper, and also a very badly behaved child whilst living in that house. So I used to almost sleep in my parents' bed every night, or have my mother stay with me until I fell asleep, and I was just a different kid, according to my parents. We left the house when I was about 7 or 8, I can't fully remember. And before leaving, my parents used to joke like, don't forget to pack Alice. But when we left the house, I never spoke about Alice ever again. I also behaved better and slept better too. It was as if I was a different child. My mum once asked me about Alice, and she said stuff like, "Oh, where's Alice? Don't you play with her anymore? Have you got a new friend?" And apparently I looked at her blankly and said, "What do you mean? Alice doesn't live with us. Alice lives back at the old house." I think it's strange. Another thing I do want to quickly mention is that I don't remember anything about this. I don't remember anything about Alice at all. I remember the house so well. I remember everything about that house, and I have memories about the house. The only thing I don't remember is Alice. I don't remember anything about Alice. But maybe that was how it was meant to be. I don't know. I grew up in a large farmhouse in Indiana. The house had 200 plus acres of farmland and had been passed down through the family since its original settlement of the area by my pioneer ancestors. Things would happen here and there, but everything hit the fan when my family hit hard times, and we were forced to sell the house and majority of the property. In the last 3 months before moving out, the activity became so bad that it's making me cry writing this. First, it started with growling. If you sat at the dining table in a chair, facing the entryway, you could hear distinct growling like a dog. My sister first noticed it sitting at the table with me doing homework. I could only hear it if you sat in that chair. Not stand, not next to, had to be in that chair. My sister looked up at me and started scolding me, saying I didn't let the dogs out. I told her I didn't hear it and the dogs were outside. I had to get up and open the basement doors and entryway door to prove to her the dogs were outside. She talked about all the time that she could hear it. Then she stopped sitting in that chair. Me, being the little opportunist, decided once to sit in her chair at the table alone. 10 seconds, and I could hear the growling. Low, mean, animalistic growling, and the feeling of someone watching from the entryway where the sound was. Then, lights and TVs would turn on by themselves. Things moving from where you left them, and general awful feelings. One day after school, I took leftover meat out to the dogs. My personal dog was a Pomeranian. Small, cute, and not a mean bone in her. She was very submissive, and always wanting to play and cuddle. I saw her laying on her stomach, seeming to be sleeping. She was facing a fence. I went up to her and knew when she didn't respond to her name, something was wrong. I went to pick her up and couldn't. She didn't budge because one of the fence stakes was skewered through her mouth deep into the ground, so she was pinned. It wasn't through her head. It was as if someone got her mouth open, pulled the stake out and speared her through her tongue and bottom jaw into the ground. I swear this is true. We didn't have neighbours, and I don't know anyone sick enough to spear a 5-pound friendly dog into the ground. The pen was also in our backyard, right up next to the house. I screamed and was hysterical to the point that my sister called my mom, who was working, and sent my grandma over to the house to see and comfort me, and she was in complete shock. Words can't describe the hurt this caused me, to lose my dog this way for seemingly no reason. Things continued, and we started only staying at the house a few days a week. My older sister was there alone sometimes to care for the pets, while we went with my mom to another state where she was working. My sister would call my mom losing her mind because of doors and cabinets either all being open by the time she got home from school. Police didn't know what to do or think because there were no signs of a break-in. Plus, at this point, we knew it wasn't anything normal. On the second to last night at the house, my mom had me go around and make sure all the lights are off before bed. Again, the house was pretty big, and we had been packing and cleaning all day. There was a small TV in the bathroom off the dining room. I found it turned onto TV fuzz, but no lights on. I flicked on the light, walked over and returned to the TV. Got to the doorway, and it was back on. Fucking ran up to my mom. And Grandma, who didn't want to hear it anymore, and insisted I go back and make it stay off. My grandma came with me this time, and sure enough, it did it again as soon as we turned to walk out as it was on again. Grandma told whatever was there to stop in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, and the TV obeyed this time and stayed off. The last night in the house was when we all experienced the raw power of whatever was mad at us. Things felt weird going up to bed. I think about 10 to 15 minutes went by, and I could not sleep. I could feel something was about to happen. Suddenly, all the kitchen cabinets downstairs went nuts, banging open and closed. My older sister came into my room and was like, "See? Come sleep in my room." And we ran back to her room. The cabinet's still going. She was sitting in a chair in the kitchen and looked up at us like we were interrupting her. She was talking to whatever was there. She believed our angry family, telling them why we had to leave and scolding them for making things so hard for us. I didn't think my mom even believed in ghosts until then. I was in awe of her strength to face them, like they were not fucking ghosts, entities, or demons, or what have you. We left scarred, and still talk about it together, but it's hard. We can't forget, but I don't know if we would want to. I've been obsessed with ghosts and the afterlife since leaving. Mostly to just validate it to myself that we're not having some crazy family hysteria episode. I come from a small fishing village in Alaska. Our residents never surpass 400 people living in the village at a time. Back in the 30s, the village was relocated due to constant flooding. In our new village, we have homes, a school, 2 tribal offices, a boys and girls club, a post office, a church, and a graveyard. The graveyard sits atop a big hill down by the beach, away from the rest of the village. Recently, we had to expand the graveyard because we were running out of plots. This is relevant to what I'm going to say. My village is haunted. Not just 1 or 2 houses or the school, the whole village. The spirits wander and have been seen walking up and down the roads, going into buildings or homes. Per every small town, everyone has a story. Some hear babies crying in the woods, hear their dead relatives calling to them, see dead relatives walk past them and disappear, just as they catch up to them. Like everyone else in my village, I've had a couple encounters that will stay with me. What I can't understand, however, is why they're wandering the earth. I had a couple theories, and I thought I would post here for some feedback. Theory 1. After being forced to adopt Russian Orthodox Christianity during the Russian colonization, I don't think my ancestors are pleased about the whole being buried for all eternity bit. Maybe we're not supposed to be buried. Theory 2. They have unresolved issues or don't know they're dead. They seem to be going on about their day, not attempting to reach out or see us. Theory 3. My village is cursed. My grandma tells me of her mom's uncle, who was a shaman. She said he tried to curse the man, but my grandma's brother got in the way. My grandma's brother drowned at 12 years old. The shaman was so upset he cursed the man's entire village to always be thirsty. My grandma said her friend from that village always chews on ice, which makes her question that curse to this day. I wonder if that curse ended up cursing my whole village for decades to come. I talk about the curses because recently, we've had 2 to 4 deaths a year for a few years now. Per usual, I brought up the topic of ghosts. All the adults around the campfire retold their own experiences, but my dad kept the story to himself. "You'll get chicken poop," he would say when we begged him to tell the story. In the end, he told us. The story takes place in the old days when there was no electricity in our village and everyone lived in shacks deep in isolation. At the bottom of a large hill, there were a few houses and a sandy beach that ran for miles in either direction. My dad was just a child then. The sun was setting and lanterns lit the houses. The kids were laughing and yelling so loud, the adults told them to quiet down. My dad and the rest of the kids continued yelling and laughing when they heard it. A blood-curdling scream from over the hill. The kids went silent immediately and stood there frozen. They listened for a moment, when the trees on the hill started moving, as though something big was coming their way. The kids ran inside, their faces full of fright. When the adults asked them what was wrong, they didn't say anything. The adults didn't hear anything except for the kids playing. My dad said, "There's an old burial plot at the top of the hill." None of us got any sleep that night. I've lived in Alaska my whole life. Half of my life has been in my secluded village, and the other half has been in the city. I ask this question because I want to know what more there is. Most of my hauntings have been in my village. The most recent ghost sighting I've had is when I was working at a maid for a hotel near the mall on the south side of Anchorage. While I was looking for the girl who was training me, I walked into the main room where the beds were. I turned back and started walking to the door to leave when I saw somebody, a whole person, walk past the bathroom door. I immediately stopped and thought maybe she just came in and started in the bathroom. I peered in the bathroom and didn't see her. I looked in the shower and nobody was in there. Leaving would have been impossible since there was only the door, which I was blocking, and the tub windows that opened out. They were closed. I got spooked and left immediately, since my fellow housekeepers told me that there was a spirit of a man who watched the maid clean, and if he didn't like you, he would attack. He usually stays on the 3rd floor, and I was working on the 1st at this time. I'm not 100% sure it was him, but I didn't want to find out. Anyway, the only other stories I have are very short and in my childhood. Due to traumatic instances I've experienced, I cannot remember most of my childhood, just bits and pieces. But I do remember seeing a huge metal thing hovering up in the night sky. It had propellers like a helicopter, and I would have thought that it was a helicopter if it hadn't been for the fact that it was storming like hell that night. I'm talking about 40 to 50 foot waves crashing on the bankside. Wind and rain that soaked my hoodie within minutes. I'm not sure what it was, but my friend and I were standing on the bank looking at the inlets for the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, I know. When this thing showed up and hovered above up, it was close enough we couldn't see the whole thing, but far away that we couldn't touch it. Anyway, we both screamed and ran back to the Boys and Girls Club, where we told an adult and he said it was a weather balloon. All I remember was that it was made of steel and it was hovering. Never saw it again after that. My brother and I decided to sleep in our older brother's room, which he kept pitch black. Could not see at all. No light. We slept in there watching a movie and the TV turned off by itself after not being in use for a while. I woke up feeling my brother get up and walk out of the bedroom to the bathroom where I saw the light turn on and dim as he closed the door. My feet were blazing hot. So I did what you're never supposed to do. I hung them off the end of the bed. As we were cooling, I thought that there's no such thing as boogeymen or whatever, and laid there staring at nothing. I was waiting for my brother to come back so I could sleep in peace. I felt a hand, I swear on my dog's grave. A hand with fingernails. Fingernails. Scratched the sole of my foot very quickly. I had hidden under the covers and started begging God or whoever to make it go away. I waited maybe 30 more seconds before I poked my head out and then heard the toilet flush and the door finally open. I never told my brother since he was at the side of the bed, unknowingly protecting me from that thing. I was up against the wall and kept my limbs inside the blankets all night. My mum and dad are typical boomers who were hoarders of old vintage collectibles, toys, books, and in particular, music records. This one time in our attic, we decided we were going to clear out a lot of the old, dusty, moth-eaten records to make some space in the attic and donate them to the charity shop. It was during that time that my older brother and I came across a cardboard box. In it was our dad's old Sony Walkman. If you've ever seen Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, you know the main hero, Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord, carries a Walkman that he listens to all the time when he's fighting the bad guys. Well, it turns out that model Walkman is the very same one my dad owned, the Sony Walkman TPS L2. And it was right there, in a box in our dad's attic. It was even the same colour as well. The funny thing is, my dad thought this was broken since only one of the earphones was working, and thus he kept it tucked away in a box and hadn't used it in decades. But we soon found out that all we had to do was replace the headphones with our own ones. Something which had never occurred to him, and hey presto, we got it working again, good as new. A lot of the tapes we found were in good typical 70s and 80s rock bands. The Eagles, Iron Maiden, Aerosmith, Pretenders, and Rush. We were actually blown away by the sound quality of the old 70s Walkman. These things were definitely high fidelity and exceptional to listen to, even now. By this point, we were both completely distracted with our original task of clearing out the attic. The coolest thing about it was, you could connect 2 headphones into it so 2 people could listen at the same time, making it far more sociable listening experience than those smartphones we all have now. But even more awesome was, we found out there was this little thing called a hotline button, where if you pressed it, you could actually speak to the other person over the sound of the music, via the microphone that was inside the device. When we found that out, we just kept laughing, all the while using it to communicate over the songs. It was amazing to us that they'd even thought of including a feature like that in it. It just seems like such a cool gadget to have for such an old toy. They certainly didn't make the stuff like this anymore. While we were goofing around, we eventually saw that there were 6 blank TDK cassette tape boxes, most of which were unmarked. When we examined out of curiosity, the ones that were, however, had black marker pen writing on them. Now, since the original Walkman did not have a record feature, nor could it connect to the radio, these tapes must have either been made on another device or given to him by someone else. The first 3 unmarked tapes were literally just blank empty tapes with nothing on them. The 4th one, dated January 5th, 1981, was a recording of the Super Bowl match between the Raiders and the Eagles. The next one was a short excerpt of a recording from KS Radio dated June 5th, 1983. Nothing much on it, just some random news segment. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. And then there was the 6th tape. It was cryptically named MS. It had no date on it. Not knowing what to expect and feeling too bored out of our minds and curious to put it down, we just unthinkingly put it in the device and listened to it. At first, the tape was silent, although there was a noticeable background hum. Like a lot of vintage tapes. It sounded like it must have high DC bias. We thought at first this was another blank tape, but then we started to hear a person breathing, heavily. Then, after a short while, a song came on. We scoffed it was pretty standard for Caesars, especially those that experimented in avant-garde, to include ambient and strange noises, to add atmosphere to their songs. The song we heard was strange. It sounded off-key and tuneless. It almost sounded like a song, and at the same time, it wasn't. It was so weird to listen to. We literally just stood there and weren't sure what to do. We didn't know exactly what it was that we had discovered. We began to feel strangely unsettled, and yet, for reasons I don't understand, we chose to ignore our instincts and instead kept on listening to it. Have you ever heard a song that you feel like you've already heard before, but you aren't sure where from? Like in a dream from very long ago as a child? Because that's what the feeling I got when I listened to it. I got up strange feelings and obscure memories in me I didn't even know were real or not. Unfortunately, while I remember most of the details of what went on that day, I just cannot describe the song in any meaningful detail. At all. I can't replicate its melody on a piano or a guitar, or even sing it. It's like Schrodinger's cat. In a way, it's there, in my head, and yet, it isn't. The only thing I can recall with certainty is that I felt very strange sensations upon hearing it. Ones that made me distinctly uncomfortable. We were both so mesmerised by what we were hearing that we didn't even use the hotline buttons to communicate it. We just stood there in eerie silence the entire time. Another thing I can recall about the song, it was long, monotonous too. I can't remember how long, but to us, it felt like it might have been 20 minutes to 20 minutes, or even half an hour. We didn't have the clock or wristwatch on, so we have no reliable evidence. And besides, it's not like we're counting. Then, at some point, possibly due to pure coincidence, we swear we have no idea how this happened, but the power in the lights had suddenly gone out. We were alone, listening to this freaky psychedelic tune in the dark, but we were so engaged in what we were listening to, we didn't even notice. There was only one line I think I remember hearing from the song, and it's pretty messed up now that I look back on it. I don't know if I remember it correctly, but I think it went something like this. I can hear the voice of God. He says, it's time. Time for what? What kind of song was this? It was as though we had stumbled upon some freaky, cultish, psychedelic program in our dad's tape collection. I had no idea what it was, but what I did know is that my skin had gone completely cold and white, for reasons I couldn't describe, and which just would not make any sense to me at the time. It felt like something truly awful was happening. I got this really disturbing and unnatural feeling, like we have found something we were definitely not meant to. And then, eventually, My brother and I were caught off guard by the loudest, most horrifying, most agonizing, torturous, fucking loud screeching we had ever heard. It was just so sudden, so out there, and so painful to listen to. We panicked and dropped the Walkman on the ground, breaking both the Walkman and the tape inside with it. Suddenly, the lights were now back on, and soon after that, our mom came in, asking us what the hell had happened. She was angry that we had spent around 30 minutes listening to music, and not helping her with sorting some of the old stuff. And when she saw the broken Walkman on the floor, she was even more furious. We just smashed one of our dad's favourite childhood toys. In the days since then, I asked Dad exactly what kind of tape it was that we heard. He said he had no idea. He remembered that the recorded tapes were given to him by a friend, but he had no idea what that MS tape was, much less what the initials stood for. He'd certainly never listened to it and was completely surprised when we told him our story, because he still cannot remember how or where he even got the tape. With nothing more to even go on. And since the cassette and Walkman were both broken in any case, we had no choice but to get rid of both the Walkman and the broken taps. We also handed the remaining ones to the charity shop. Now, I would normally chalk the story up to being nothing more than two young idiots goofing around and hearing an old, weird tape with dark, surreal, edgy music. But some very strange things started happening to me after that. First of all, the song in question. Now and then over the past 3 months, I swear I've been hearing parts of it over and over again in my dreams. Some of the dreams ranged from peaceful and calming to frightening and absurd. It feels like there's some ghostly spectre chasing after me. I've never listened to any song that has given me this kind of profound psychedelic experience. And what is so frustrating at the moment is that I just cannot describe it, sing it, or try to hum it to any of you here. I can't even replicate it on MIDI software or music notation. All I remember is that one line. Even now, I'm amazed that even after hearing a song that left such a vivid, forceful impression on me, I still can't remember anything about it. I've typed the lyrics on Google and so far found absolutely nothing. It's like my memory of the song has been completely erased. Also, my brother for some reason never talks about it. When I reminded him about the tape, that one that we listened to, he kept asking me if I was okay, and that he swears I was exaggerating or he simply doesn't remember it. If the incident rattled him anything like it did with me, then he's not showing it. And that's not all either. Recently, he's changed. I swear, he's become different. He no longer talks to me. In fact, he no longer talks to any of us. A lot of the time, he just seems like he's someplace else mentally. If you've ever looked into the eyes of someone during a schizophrenic episode, you notice how their pupils dilate and they look like they're phasing out of reality. I swear, I've noticed this happening to him. I do not want to sound like I'm being ridiculous, suggesting that a haunted tape did this to him, but he certainly was not like this before that day. On the outside, everything seems to be alright with him. He's still walking the dog, he still drives off to work, he still helps cook dinner with the rest of us. But most of the time, he just seems vacant and distant, like he's not actually there. I don't know what's going through his head, or what has happened to him. I live in a modest house with my mom, her boyfriend, and my brother. I'm the only one in the family who truly believes in ghosts. We have 2 cats and a dog, a variety of animals in my room, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The house doesn't have much history, and has only had 3 families live in it before us. Back in September, Mom noticed one of our cats, Wilbur, would always stand in front of and pull open the closet in our laundry room. It had a large machine of some sort that helped power the house. Very small, not any places to hide that might entice a cat to explore it. The next day, after she pointed this out, I walked past the closet to get to the garage, and goosebumps grew all over my body. I'll admit that this could have contributed to my slight paranoia about it, but it felt more severe than other times I've gotten chills over something scary. Things progressed over the next few weeks. I went outside through the front door one morning. Everyone was either gone at work or asleep, to clean something from my animals. And when I went to open the door again, it was locked. It's the kind of lock that you twist to the side, like a control for a stove stop, and it requires a bit of force to turn. When my mum came to answer the door after 10 minutes, she said her ring alarm never went off, and the doorbell only rang once, even though I pressed it multiple times. In my room are 2 art pieces that my grandma made and let me keep after she passed. They're made of planks of wood and crushed soda cans and curly hair, made out of what I can only assume is very thin metal. Sometimes, when the boyfriend is drilling holes in the wall, the hair on one of the people trembles, though it can't be heard over the sound of the drill. However, in the middle of the day, one strand of hair started shaking much harder than other times, and wouldn't stop for a good hour, despite there being no drilling going on. After those weeks of weird things happening, it came to a climax. Wilbert was almost screaming at the closet door and pulled it open constantly, even after we'd closed it. None of the pets in my room came out to get treats, which they get each day at about the same time. They only came out to get sips of water, and when I saw them, they looked sluggish. My phone also went to shit. My keyboard would randomly start lagging, the charger I'd been using for only a month gave out on me, and at one point, the phone restarted itself without being manually turned off. I still have a lot of issues with it to this day, from getting overheated quickly to having to do a total restart at least once a week to keep things running. Or usually, reliable Wi-Fi has also been very poor since that day. So yeah, maybe there's something there. Or I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but all this just seems very suspicious. A couple of years ago in March, I was travelling with my dad to tour a college that I would be going to in the fall. A couple months before this, I had lost my grandma to Alzheimer's. Both her and my grandpa had very progressed Alzheimer's and dementia. My grandpa needed the support, so my mum was staying with him in a different state, while my dad and I flew to visit a school. We were on a plane and close to descending. I was feeling fine, not stressed, and listening to a podcast. My dad was across the aisle from me. I suddenly felt immense pain and pressure from within my jaw on the left side of my face. It was sharp, constant, and I felt like I needed to pop my jaw, but couldn't move it at all. I had no idea what was going on, and had never felt this before. I could only try to breathe through the pain and wait for it to pass. It took a couple minutes before it began to subside, but I was very scared. It occurred before and while the plane began to land. I considered it to be pressure related to the plane, but it was too localized and unique. I couldn't even turn my head to let my dad know something was happening to me. I was wondering if I was having some sort of seizure on the side of my face. After we landed, I considered trying to find a coffee stand to get a cup of ice to hold against my face, but no luck. Within an hour, it was gone. As we were driving to the school, my mom had let us know that my grandpa had passed. Between us getting off the plane and what time I imagine it took for my mom to gather herself to let us know, I believe this all happened within the same hour. I called her, and she believes that I felt pain as a signal of his death, which I believe as well. I found studies saying this isn't entirely uncommon, but I've struggled to find other personal stories like mine. Terms like empath, bereavement hallucination, and sixth sense came up when I tried to Google a possible term. Anytime I begin to feel strange pain at an intense level, I think of calling my loved ones to make sure everything's okay. Nothing like this has ever happened since. While I don't know what specifically was the cause of death for my grandpa at the moment, I wonder if it involved any similar pain to what I felt. I would love to hear any similar stories or thoughts on what happened to me. This happened on shore AFB in 2005. My now ex-husband was an E6, and he worked nights on the F-16. I would be home overnight with our 2 sons, aged 5 and 2. First, I need to describe the house. It was a long hallway with rooms on either side. Partially open floor plan from the dining room to kitchen, where there was a half wall for part and then a whole wall. From my bedroom door, I could see to the back door straight through the dining room and part of the kitchen. We had a large rack by the back door where we stored dry goods. One morning, I was woken by a noise in the kitchen. I jumped out of bed, afraid my younger son was getting into trouble. I didn't grab my glasses, and without them, I'm legally blind. I can see colours and rough shapes, that's it. I looked toward the kitchen and saw what looked like a man in an Air Force uniform. Again, I can barely see, so I'm going off colour and shape. The figure is holding a box and facing the rack. Of course, I assume this is my husband, and I say, "Hey, you want me to cook you something?" The figure moves so that it's facing me. The box drops to the floor, and the figure moves to the part of the kitchen I can't see. So, my ex-husband was very unpredictable and emotionally volatile. So my assumption right here is that he's mad at me for something, and I'm going to need to deal with his attitude. I turn back to my night table and get my glasses. Then, I walk to the kitchen. This entire action takes maybe 30 seconds. It is a small house. I'm talking as I walk to the kitchen. Did something happen at work? To defuse the situation. No response. I turn into the kitchen and there's no one there. It wouldn't have been possible for anyone to get out the back door without me hearing it, because the door squeaked. Again, this was only 30 seconds, tops. I walk and glance through to the living room, which is also empty. Then I look at the time on the microwave, 6:17. My husband didn't get home until 8. Also, a box of Annie's mac and cheese was on the floor in front of the rack. This happened 16 years ago, and I still try to sort it out in my head. I do not believe in ghosts. I can say we had a few other uncomfortable incidents in that house. There were 2 bathrooms, a full one and then a small ensuite to the master bedroom, which was our older son's room. He refused to use the ensuite. He said it was creepy. One time, I was taking a shower in there and I saw movement outside the curtain. I glanced out, and I swear I saw a man in a uniform looking through the window, then dropping real quick. I screamed for my husband, and he ran outside, and there were no footprints or anything. I ran a daycare out of our house, and occasionally we would hear stuff moving around in the daycare area, especially at night. That stopped after we got a dog, so I can't rule out South Carolinian giant water bugs playing with the pretend kitchen. I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I saw and heard. I was wide awake by the time I was in the doorway and saw him, which rules out hypnagogia. I don't know what I experienced. I am okay without knowing. I thought this would be of interest for others though. I've not shared this story before. My grandfather died after a brutal battle with pancreatic cancer when I was 17. When I was 21, I became pregnant with my elder son. We lived in a tiny Section 8 apartment in a rural town and had little decoration. No familiar pictures at all. My son was born with a defect in his ears and didn't hear very well. We mostly communicate with signed English. Once he was around 1 year old, I would hear him at night chattering away. Couldn't understand what he was saying, but he would laugh and it really sounded like a conversation, appropriate pauses, etc. One day, my sister-in-law and I were sitting on the couch, with my son on my lap, as I showed her a memory book my mom had made for me for Christmas. On the second page were several photos of my grandparents and great-grandparents from both sides. They were labelled, but let me remind you, my son was about 14 months old. I flip to this page, he laughs, points at my maternal grandfather in his wedding photo, and as clear as anything says, "Look, Grandpa Bob." Yes, his name was Robert, and we called him Bob. As a bonus, my second son also chatted in his room at night. I asked him once who he was speaking to, and he said, "Gamma Ruth. She says she's sorry." My dad's mother was named Ruth, and she was a very unkind lady. I had no photos of her, and had never spoken about her. Even if I had, I didn't call her Ruth, just Grandma. I am an atheist, and I do not believe in the soul. I have no explanation for these occurrences. I leave my mind open, and if I ever have incontrovertible evidence, I'm willing to believe. I was 15 when I decided to start messing around with a Ouija board, because it was something the neighbourhood parents would drill into our heads to not play with. As kids, we were intrigued. It was my best friend, my neighbour, and myself, playing it one evening when my neighbour thought it was a big joke and made fun of us for playing. He tried to light the Ouija board on fire, and it refused to flame. It just wouldn't burn at all. My best friend and I thought he was being crazy, but we didn't understand the severity it caused us. About a month later, I was sitting in my mother's room with my best friend and my little sister, listening to music, because my mother had the best sound system in the house and she was gone for the night. My sister was sitting on my mom's bed, my friend's back was facing the window, and I was facing my friend, but couldn't help but notice a blue man standing outside my mom's bedroom window. My friend saw my demeanour change, and when she looked out the window, I saw the colour drain from her body and she started to cry. I left my mother's room with my friend, and we locked ourselves in the only room without windows until my mom arrived home. We assumed it was a peeping Tom for the longest time after this. Now, fast forward to another 2 to 3 months after that happened. My neighbour called me and my friend in a panic, saying he needed to come over because it was an emergency. We told him to come over immediately, and he did. He explained to us that he and his friends, not the best group of individuals, but given their age, their decisions kind of make sense, unfortunately, decided to light an abandoned car on fire. He said he took a picture of it engulfed in flames to send to his friends as a joke, saying, "Campfire." When he revealed the photo to me and my friend, she again lost the colour in her body and started to cry. I immediately noticed in the blue of the flame that same blue man that was outside of my mother's bedroom window. I couldn't move, speak, or feel anything. He questioned us on what it was, and the only one who could make out words for us was my little sister as she told him, "That's the blue man that was outside my mom's window." So a few years ago, I was like 10 or 11. During one family gathering, my dad and his siblings, my aunts and uncles, talked about their past experience in their old house they were renting way back when they didn't have kids. They talked about this ghost kid that's in the house running around and making fun of them once in a while. And they keep talking about how the kid also lived in the same old house and died in the house, and the kid didn't receive a proper burial. Anyway, I didn't believe that this ghost kid existed until this experience of mine a few years ago. Me and my younger sister visited my cousin's house since we lived in the same neighbourhood. This cousin of mine was only 4 years old at the time. It was only me and my cousin, my younger sister and my aunt that was in the house. So we hung out and played until lunchtime. My aunt had to go out to buy us food, so me and my sister had to babysit our little cousin for a bit. And here's where it gets weird. We were in my little cousin's room. My younger sister was in the bathroom taking a dump. I realised that we forgot to turn off the TV because I can hear it from my cousin's room. So I went downstairs, turned off the TV, and went back up. But as I was heading into my cousin's room, I heard him laughing and giggling. So I assumed my sister was already done with her business and went back to my cousin's room. But when I went inside, there was no one else in the room but my cousin, giggling and facing a corner of the room. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, why are you laughing?" My cousin answered, "We were playing." And I said, "We?" And he didn't answer, and he just continued to giggle. So I carried him out of the room, and we went back downstairs with my little sister, and waited for my aunt to get back. For the past 2 years, there's been a tapping sound coming from my bedroom window. It started one Halloween night, and about a few times a month, sometimes more often, something taps at my window,
There's nothing around to hit the window, and it sounds exactly like a finger tapping the glass. Me and my siblings are used to it. A few days ago, my brother started complaining that something was communicating to him from outside the den's window. Keep in mind, we live in an apartment complex, so we always have the blinds closed. He says that whatever it was just kept saying hello to him in a robotic, high-pitched voice. The rest of our family just shrugged it off. The day after, we go outside and there are small tracks leading up to all of our windows. I don't know what animal could have made those tracks, because I think it's bipedal. Later that year, I was in my room lying in my mind next to my window, blinds closed, and I jumped out of my skin. Someone's loudly banging against the glass, but I ignored it. I just assume it's one of my siblings sneaking up on me. I then find out that they were both together at that moment in the house while it happened. They hadn't been out for hours. The next night, my brother complained about the voice outside his window again, and we told him to ignore it. If it's something supernatural, we don't want to mess with it. Yesterday, while we were all preparing for dinner, my entire family and I heard the creature screaming outside. I was too shocked to move to grab my phone and record. It kept yelling, "Hello, come out," exactly how my brother had described. It was so loud, we could hear it clearly from the loud kitchen and dining room. We didn't want to look outside. This morning, more snow had fallen, but fresh prints were there. I was able to take pictures before they melted. I don't know what to make of any of this, but it's impossible for this to be a prank because of the lack of human prints in the snow. I'm going to keep my phone on me tonight so that I can record the creature talking if it comes by again. I'm pretty sure it will. So I'm a fresh nurse, just finished with school and hospital experience, and waiting to graduate. However, where I live, we're in a high demand of nurses, so you're allowed to work once you pass school. Anyway, I've been working at this clinic for a couple months now. It's a private clinic, so the interior basically looks like a house. It has a pharmacy, the doctor's office and 2 other offices down the hall, a waiting room and a back room. So this starts about 2 weeks ago. I was called in to work a full day, meaning 7 a.m. to 8 p.m, because my other co-workers were tested positive for COVID. So I came in as usually, brought in my coffee, and sat down waiting for people to walk in. We didn't have any appointments that day, so I was just chilling. Then I heard scuffling in the back. At first, I thought it was the ceiling fan since it creaks from time to time, but the more I ignored it, the louder the sound got. I got annoyed and walked to the back, thinking maybe the dog got in. The doctor's house is attached to the clinic. But as I walked to the back, I got a feeling of dread, as if I continued walking something bad would happen. I stopped halfway down the hallway. I decided to let whatever was back there stay there. Now, I didn't think it was paranormal or anything. It was the last thing to cross my mind, actually. But then, it was around 6 p.m. on the same day. I was attending to a client, ringing up her medicine, when the box of aspirin at the top of the shelf just fell. It startled both of us, but again, I didn't think anything of it. I placed it back on the shelf the client left, and I sat back down, waiting for closing time. When closing time came, I remember I had left my purse and sweater in one of the offices without thinking much. I went to the back to gather my stuff. As I gathered everything, I heard the door open and the chime went off, so I stepped out and called from the hallway, "Sorry, we're closed." There was no response. I walked out to check, but there was no one there, not a soul. I locked up the clinic and left for the night. The next day I came in and we were pretty busy with clients, so the events of yesterday didn't cross my mind. At 5 p.m, the doctor called it a day and left to go home. So I was all alone once again. I was on my phone scrolling on Instagram when the lights turned off. I thought about a great power outage, but as I looked up, I saw the lights in the waiting room were still on. I looked next to me where the switch was, and it was off. That's when I got a little freaked out, but I switched it back in and continued scrolling on my phone. I got up to use the bathroom and left my phone on the counter. When I came back, it wasn't there. I thought maybe I did take it with me, so I went back to the bathroom, but it wasn't there. I looked in the hallway where I'd walked to see maybe if it fell. No, there was nothing there. I remember thinking, am I really going nuts here? When I came back to the front, my phone was on the shelf, next to the bottle of aspirin. Loss of words, but stuff like that kept happening every day, until recently. My co-workers just got retested again, and one of them still has COVID, but the other one doesn't, so that means she comes in, and I get a few days off. On the day before I left for my day off, about 2 days ago, I was once again sitting at the front counter, reading a book this time, when I heard footsteps, wet footsteps coming from the back room. I thought enough was enough. I really thought someone was messing with me. I switched on the light to the back and peered in the room. No one was in there. I shook my head and turned to walk down the hallway, but I stopped. Down the hall were visible, wet footprints. It was as if someone was following me. I closed up early, took my crap and went home. I got back in tomorrow and I'm convinced there's something haunting my workplace. These are just some of my experiences. I have many more from when I was in the hospital. A number of years ago, I awoke after an afternoon nap to an unexplained shadow near the edge of my bed. It seemed strange, but I didn't think it was something paranormal initially. I sat up slightly and began to look around the room for what could be casting the shadow, thinking I'd find a jacket hanging in front of a light source. I found nothing. I sat and looked at it a bit longer, and then had the realization there was no way a shadow could be suspended in the air like that. It was not cast against a wall or object. It was just sticking into the air, coming up from my bed. At this point, I was completely bewildered. It was a formless mass with no discernible features. I couldn't figure it out and decided I'd have a smoke whilst I continued to look for an explanation. As soon as I shifted to reach for my cigarettes, the shadow moved. As soon as it moved, I could make out its rough shape. The initial movement was its head raising from a slumped position. Its head then turned and looked at me. As soon as it saw me sitting wide-eyed staring at it, it jumped to its feet and ran away, straight through my bedroom wall. This shadow person had sat on the edge of my bed and seemingly fell to sleep. It's the most surreal thing I've ever experienced. The entire thing played out in about 60 seconds. I've never had anything like this happen to me before or since. I was going through some stuff at the time, and my doctor said it was likely some form of hallucination, but I'm really not sure. Has anybody else had something like this happen? I've read many stories about ghosts and shadow people since, but never heard anything similar to my experience of a sleeping shadow. Every house I've ever lived in has had some strange characteristics that came with them. When I was a child, the house I lived in had a little bear that came with it. The rental house I lived in, before moving into my current house, frequently felt freezing in the washing room, even when the washing room and dryer had been on all day, and waking up to rattling in the bathroom happened a lot. My current house had been the only one without anything weird or suspiciously paranormal happening, until around last year when I got back from a camping trip. My brother was staying with me at the time, and I just ended a serious relationship and needed support. My brother slept in the lounge and I slept in my room, but that night was probably the scariest night I've had. I woke up after a pretty weird dream about being chased by a rabid animal. And when I turned to face the ceiling, there was a woman clinging into my ceiling like in a classic horror movie. Sticking to the ceiling was a pile of bones in the shape of an 8, and there were scratch marks everywhere. I just stared at that for a while before my pet started drinking water really loud, and the girl on the ceiling, and she snapped her neck to look at me. My first instinct was to just lay on my side and force myself to sleep through whatever was happening. My brother told me the next morning that he slept great and had no idea what I was talking about. Since then, the exact same thing has happened at least once a month, and I'm really looking for what she is or what she's doing, etc. When we die, what happens? Do we just cease to exist? The answer is no, for one reason. Where were you before you became? Think back to when you were a child and try to remember. Wasn't there a day that it all began? A day that you woke up and thought, where am I? No matter who you are, you don't remember being a baby. You don't remember until a certain age, and I believe because that's when you finally gain consciousness. You see, you've lived before, and thus you will live again. When you die, I believe seeing as how time is made by mankind and does not exist. When you pass on, your soul energy moves from your body and travels to another reality where you enter the body at the same age that you finally gain consciousness as a child. We have deja vu because subconsciously we retain memories like an imprint on our soul, so that in our next life we can do things differently without realizing we are. Have you ever even once thought, wait, I have a feeling I should not do this or go there? That's your subconscious memories from your past life. So the point I'm making is that death is irrelevant and does not exist due to death being man-made as well as the psychological aspect. We cannot measure death by the body because we are the soul energy and our body is just a vessel. I work with kids, so I'm pretty substance-free and sound mind. The man who killed his 2 dogs and himself in my house is still here. The dogs too. A German Shepherd and a Malamute. It's the backstory. Got the house cheap because of its history of a very gory previous owner's suicide. He'd also attempted to murder somebody during his mental breakdown, but I do not know the details. He was a nice person that had no mental health support, and decided to kill his beloved dogs and himself. I thought it was horrible. But man, I needed a place to live ASAP. So I braced myself against superstition or the creeps. The weirdness started immediately. Pounding and moaning like the house is being hit by a bulldozer. Neighbors can hear it from outside sometimes. Huge dogs howling from somewhere inside the house. Bedroom doors opening and closing. Footsteps through the kitchen hallway every night at 4 a.m. It's nerve-wracking, but also sad. More than once, I've awakened thinking my house is being broken into. Sometimes, I feel somebody sitting on my bed, and more than once I've had my quilt put on top of me. This quilt is in my closet, so it had to be carried out and placed on me. Then I started seeing the dogs. Walking across my bedroom carpet and standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. Startling the heck out of me because I don't have a GSD or a Malamute. I have a Sheltie with an overbite that can only make noises. My own dog, Kelly Barkson, went crazy at the ghost dogs, and I ran all over the house making sure it was really spirits. Kelly now sleeps under the covers with me. We see their fluffy D-cells and watch them disappear into the closet. I don't think he's a bad spirit, and the dogs are certainly innocent. Often things go missing, and I'll ask him and the dogs to help, and the missing things reappear in totally odd locations. Like my lipstick showing up in the freezer, or my headphones under my dresser. This first experience happened about 2 months ago. My fiancée and I were hanging out together because she was off that day, and we heard a lot of running and movement in the bushes and trees next to our small house. So I went into my porch with a flashlight to see what was up. I'm still hearing the sounds, but not seeing anything, so I just brush it off and go back inside. Well, the next day, she tells me her grandpa heard stuff too, and saw 2 glowing red eyes in the trees. He tells her whatever it was taller than him, and he's about 60. I hear scraping on my metal roof, which I suppose could be tree branches, but the times I hear it, there's no wind. A few times I've heard light tapping on the side of my house. Sometimes I think I hear voices outside, but I'm always watching stuff on my phone or playing a video game, so I always try to brush it off as me just hearing things. My grandfather has a dog who roams around the property at night when he forgets to bring him in or falls asleep. Fluffy has been barking randomly at night sometimes for a few minutes to a few hours. A few nights ago, I let my dogs out to use the bathroom. I have 2 leads for them because I can't trust them not to run off. I notice while I'm getting my St. Bernard off lead that my husky is staring up at the driveway at something I can't see. A few seconds later, she just starts cowering like she's scared and ends up peeing where she is, so I yell at her to go inside, which she does, and I start taking her lead off, when I notice Fluffy race up the driveway and start barking, so I book it inside. My husky immediately ran into her kennel and wouldn't come out the rest of the night, not even for a treat or my fiancée whom she adores. That day after the incident with my husky, I again let the dogs out. As I'm letting my dogs back in, I noticed 2 red glowing dots through my neighbour's fence that's about 30 feet away, and from the positioning, I can tell they're 4 to 5 feet off the ground. I try not to freak out and do my best to calmly get my dogs back inside, where I almost have a panic attack. This was at 7:30 p.m. My fiancée got home about 11 p.m, where I gained the courage to go back out with my dogs, where the lights still were. When I went to investigate the next day, they were gone, and that night, no lights. Yesterday, I let both my dogs out again, and was out there for a few minutes when my fiancée came rushing out and asked me if I'm okay. I got freaked out and told her to stay outside with me, where she tells me how quiet it is and how she's getting a bad feeling. That's everything I can remember at the moment. I don't know what's happening, and I honestly feel as if I'm going crazy. If anyone has any answers or similar experiences, please leave a comment. I'll answer any questions as best I can. I'll preface this by saying I've never seen a ghost. I believed in them in my youth and had been rather agnostic about my beliefs for a long time, simply believing that anything could exist. The older I got, however, the more skeptical I got. This happened last night, and I can now firmly say I'm a believer. My friends and I were in a local park last night. We were walking along a trail, and right away, something was off. One of my friends has always seen the paranormal, and he was extremely uncomfortable. He was seeing figures and hearing footsteps throughout the extent of the walk. My other friend and I could not hear or see anything out of the ordinary, so we kind of laughed it off and said he was just scared, which I now regret. It wasn't until we sat down at a tree that things took a turn for the worse. Both of my friends reported feelings of cold dread washing over them that I did not feel and assumed was anxiety. And then my ghost-seeing friend stared at the tree line. I asked him if he was seeing one, and he said yes. I looked into the woods, and I saw it. It was a small, wispy figure. It had a white-grey coloration and seemed to be made out of a smoke or mist. It was in constant fluid motion, inverting into itself as if it was barely staying visible. It would bend from just a smoke ball to a small humanoid figure. Not childlike, just small, and it would wave. I pointed at it and asked my friend if it was between the 2 trees. He said yes. I described what I was seeing. He said, "Oh my God, you see it too." We ran out of there after that. I felt the same dread my other 2 friends felt, and I couldn't shake the feeling for the rest of the night. That's all I can think about now. What was that? It didn't feel like a dead person. It didn't feel like a person at all. It also didn't feel mocking, but it felt like it was trying to act in a way that was abnormal for it. I don't know. I'm coming to you all as an ex-skeptic begging for answers. My friend and I both saw the same thing, and all 3 of us felt the same thing. It was the day before Christmas in 2009, and we were all on the road, leaving my dad's quiet ranch in Tequesquite, Mexico, and headed to Mexico City. We had been on vacation in Mexico for about a week already and planned on staying for another week or so. Me, my mom, my dad, my sister Beth and my cousin Jazz were all headed to my aunt's house to visit for 3 days and to drop off some things we brought from them for the US. Our first day there went great. We had fun talking, eating and playing games. I'd always been an animal lover, so when I saw they had a little chihuahua, I instantly wanted to play with him. But when I got close, it would run to the top of the stairs and just stand there, looking at me. So I figured it was a weirdo and left it alone. When night came, we all went to bed. Our aunt put the dog out on the roof patio like she apparently did every night, and my mom, dad and I went upstairs to the guest room. Beth and Jazz were downstairs on the living room couch. The part of the story is told from my sister's perspective, as I wasn't there. Because she couldn't sleep, my sister stayed up playing on a Nintendo DS. Around 3 o'clock, there was a scraping sound coming from across the room at the dining table. She looked over and watched for a while, when something happened that made her want to shit her pants. One of the dining chairs pulled away from the table, so far it was about 3 feet away. Then she heard the sound of someone going through the pots and pans in the kitchen. And because the kitchen was around the corner, she couldn't see what was going on. Needless to say, she didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, she told us what happened, and of course, my parents blew it off like all parents do. But Jazz and I believed her. Me and my sister had been through enough for me to know that she was being serious. So that night, my sister and Jazz squeezed themselves into the small guest room with us. I was on the small couch in the room, my parents were on the bed, and laying on the floor smashed like a couple of sardines was Beth and Jazz. That night at 3ish in the morning, of course, I had to pee. Scared from the story my sister told, I didn't want to go alone. I begged them to come with me, so the 3 of us, Beth and Jazz and me, walked down the dark hall to the bathroom. We took turns using the toilet, while the other 2 looked at the door, praying not to see someone walk by or something. When we were done, we opened the door to go back to the room, and we saw him. That weird little dog was standing in the hallway watching us. I don't know how long we stood there, but eventually it walked away, going around the corner to the stairs and never breaking eye contact with us. The second we couldn't see it anymore, we ran. Beth and Jazz threw themselves under their blankets while I hurried to close the door, but not before making eye contact with a small dog standing at the top of the stairs. The next day, me, Beth and Jazz were practically crying, begging my dad to take us back to the ranch. But he was never the type to believe in ghosts, aliens, or anything supernatural really. So of course he just laughed and said no. In fact, he decided to stay a few days more. And when we asked our aunt about the dog, she assured us she had locked it out on the roof patio like usual. For days we would hear things outside our room. The sound of little kids running down the hall, things that sounded like bowling balls getting pushed down the stairs. And if I dared to peek outside the room, that dog at the top of the stairs watching us. Finally, the day came when we had one more night. Just one more night to endure before we would finally leave. But of course, it turned out to be the most traumatic. In the middle of the night, while the 3 of us sat up listening to the sounds of kids running and bowling balls getting pushed down the stairs, it suddenly stopped. We watched as something big stood right outside our bedroom door, and slowly, so slowly, the doorknob started to turn. Beth and Jazz hugged each other, shutting their eyes tight, and through tears started to pray. I was frozen, unable to look away as whatever was on the other side was about to come in. Finally, the doorknob was turned all the way. Beth and Jazz were practically screaming out their prayer as they sobbed, and I felt like I was about to throw up. When suddenly, my mom sat up and yelled, "Would you all just shut up?" and then laid back down and went to sleep. All was quiet. Even the doorknob had snapped back into place, and whatever was on the other side of the door was gone. The 3 of us looked at each other, saying nothing, and for the rest of the night, nothing happened. The next morning, we all but flew down the stairs and put our bags in the car. My parents said their goodbyes and got ready to hit the road. I sat in the car waiting to leave. I wasn't about to go back in there. Looking at the house, I could see the dog, standing up there on the patio, looking down at the car I was sitting in. I never wanted to kick a dog so bad in my whole life. A few minutes later, Beth and Jazz came running out with some news. After telling our aunt about the nights we had, she just laughed and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your late grandfather died on that couch you slept on your first night here. He's not really friendly to people sitting on his couch, but we see and hear him around the house almost every night. Nothing to be scared of." I didn't even know how to process that information. And how do you just forget to tell your guests about the ghost in your house that's possessed by a specific couch in your home? Not to mention, according to my dad, he later found out that the house was built on top of several graves. But he still thinks it's just a coincidence. It's been 13 years so far, and this is still the worst paranormal experience I've ever had. But sadly, it wasn't for my sister. This story happened a few years ago. I lived in a building with my daughter who grew attached to my neighbour's husband, as if he were her dad. One day, while talking with my neighbour's wife, my daughter, 2.5 years old at this time, came running to the door. But rather than running into my neighbour's apartment to go cuddle up to Teddy, she froze at the doorway. She told his wife and I that we needed to be quiet, as Teddy was sleeping. Teddy was not sleeping. He was in fact sitting on the couch watching TV. Teddy stood up and called for my daughter to come see him. Again, my daughter looked at his wife and I and told us that Teddy was sleeping and that we needed to be quiet. I could see she was getting upset at the fact that we were laughing while telling her that Teddy is awake and wants you to go sit with him. Teddy started approaching the doorway where we were standing. My daughter began to cry and ran into our apartment screaming, "No, Teddy is sleeping." I could feel the goosebumps running across my body. The same day, my daughter went to a relative's place for a sleepover. I'd invited my neighbours to come over for a bit. Teddy came over and explained how he wasn't feeling the best and how he was breathing in and out of a paper bag before coming to my apartment. I insisted to go to the hospital to make sure he was all right. On the way, Teddy fell ill and asked to pull over so he could be sick on the side of the road. As he was kneeling beside the car, Teddy suffered a major heart attack and passed away while on the way to the hospital. When the service was held for Teddy, I had such a strong feeling that I had to bring my daughter with me. She brought her favourite blanket with her, of course. When my daughter and I got to the funeral home for the viewing, we were greeted by everyone in Teddy's family. They all knew who my daughter was, as Teddy used to talk about her all the time. I held my daughter close as we walked up to the casket where Teddy laid. My daughter leaned down almost as if she was going to whisper to him. She then told me that Teddy was sleeping and that he was really cold. She took her blanket and tucked Teddy in, then looked at me and said how he was happy and warm now. That night, as I sat alone in the living room, my phone began to ring. 4.5 rings later, and still no name appeared. I quickly answered the phone in the middle of a ring, only to hear the dial tone. The call didn't even show up as an incoming call afterwards. I felt like Teddy called to say goodbye to us. It was so strange that my daughter knew there was something wrong with Teddy before anything ever happened. A few months later, we went to go visit my grandmother who was passing away from pancreatic cancer. My daughter refused to enter my grandmother's room. She kept saying how my grandmother was sleeping and that everyone should leave her to go to sleep. I instantly began to cry. Only 4 days later, I got the call that my grandmother had passed away in her sleep. Here's a list of some creepy things I've experienced. One was when I was a child of around 8. It was a summer's day and I was playing in my scooter near a road. I walked past a house and the door was slightly cracked open. I saw what appeared to be a really weird red devil face looking at me through the bottom of the door. It didn't look human, but it didn't exactly creep me out. Maybe it was another child, or maybe I imagined that one. I don't know. 2, I was around 14 years old. I was in my bed relaxing and trying to go to sleep around 1 a.m. and I saw this thing peek around my door. It had just a blackness for a face and looked like it was wearing a hood exactly like a monk. It had long pointy fingers that bent around the door from like it was grabbing on. I ran into my mum's room, shitting myself, and woke her up. The next day, she asked my auntie, who's a medium, to find out what happened. Apparently, the thing I saw was a monk called Samuel, and she said he was a good spirit and a protector, etc. My entire estate was built around an old monastery for monks. 3. The last one, I was 19 in my house, different to the house above, who I lived in with my friend, and we were getting ready to go out into town. I was in the bathroom having a pee, and I shouted her name. She called me from her bedroom and told me to come up. I was walking up the stairs to her room, and it was quite dark, only the lights from the streetlights outside. I saw my friend in her room wearing what looked like a black dress. She kind of skipped and jumped out and then went behind the door. I went into her room, turned the light on, and asked her why she'd changed clothes. When I went to look behind the door, no one was there. I shouted her again, freaked out, and she answered from the bathroom where she was. 4. This is one I've just remembered now. So this occurred in the same house as the previous story. This house had an incredibly eerie vibe to it, especially on the middle and top floor. As soon as you went up the stairs, it kind of felt you were cut off from the world. It was just really uneasy. I was laid in bed with my dog once, and she started going weird, looking around, pointing back, scratching on the wall, etc. Then the curtains just blew in, as if a strong gust of wind blew them, but the window was shut. There were other things, also, like random creaking, hearing pennies dropping on the floor of the room above me, which was wood, and cupboards banging when me and the dog went up to bed. My mother and uncles, when they were all kids, around 9 to 15, I think, played with the Ouija board. Now back then, when they were kids, it was advertised as a fun game, and kids would get one for Christmas or their birthdays. They would go to my grandparents' basement and play it, thinking of it as a stupid game. One time, when they were playing with it, a spirit or demon whose name was Amy and age 7 started cussing my mother out, like calling her a bitch or telling her to fuck off. But one thing is, they didn't take it seriously, therefore they didn't say goodbye or play it properly. My uncles were playing it by themselves one time and came running upstairs and refused to tell anyone what happened or what the board said. They ran outside and threw it in a dumpster behind Burger King, thinking that's the last of it all. I think that made the spirits connected to the board mad. And then the next day, when my uncle was going to school, he looked behind the Burger King and the entire dumpster was burned and turned into ash. Back in 2014, my parents were downstairs at my grandparents' house, and my dad walked outside and sat down, and my mom came down a few minutes after him. When turning the corner after walking down the stairs, she saw some man sitting in a chair in the middle of the basement. He wore a black suit and had no face. She blinked and he was gone. After going outside with my dad, before she had the chance to say anything about the man, my dad told her he saw a man sitting there when he looked back, thinking it was her looking at him. They both saw the exact same ghost or entity that night. Fast forwarding to now, I live in my grandparents' house, the same one they played at years back, and this basement is surely haunted by something. When leaving my room a few months ago, I looked behind me and saw a little figure of a girl standing behind my bed. She didn't say anything. Then again, I ran before she could. I sometimes hear things or see shadow figures in the basement, but I try to ignore them. I still think this is all happening because of what my uncles and mother did over 40 years ago. I live on a reservation. I'm Lakota, Native American, and there's quite a bit of superstition amongst our culture, which is normal. There's all kinds of stories told to us from generation to generation, so you can imagine the spookiness. Maybe you can't, I don't know. But essentially, we have good, tricky, and sort of negative spirits. Werewolves are said to be little people who just mess with you, I guess. Little shadows you might see darting around the room super fast. And other spirits who've been known to show their victims their melting face, in dire times usually. Seems to all serve a purpose. So I'm not going to lie and say I'm a skeptic, because there's too much weird shit in this world that it's just obvious. Oh, anyways, I didn't really get the vibe that one spirit visited the house, and felt like several, coming and going over the years. Never really felt evil or anything, but I guess over time it was a little bit of a nuisance. Chairs would move on their own, stuff would fall in the night, the usual shit that I tend to justify with common explainable things. But one experience was not explainable at all, and it was when I was 14 or 15. My room was in the basement technically, but it was more of a split level type house with the kitchen, living room, and bedrooms upstairs. And my room, along with like 5 other rooms downstairs. It's the common cookie cutter house you see on any res, but it was fairly large. I remember I was burning sage and sweet grass earlier that evening, as that is a big thing in our culture to cleanse and keep good energy. Some people say that sweet grass can bring about positive and negative spirits, but I really can't attest to how true that is. So I was dozing off with my little lamp on, but it was dead quiet. TV wasn't on for some reason, and all of a sudden I woke up alert as fuck. As soon as I came to, I seen my bedroom door start opening very slowly. I was like, what the fuck? And kind of scanned the room, but my focus was immediately shifted back to the door. I felt like someone was coming into my room. I fucking froze as I felt that spirit walk right up to the side of my bed. I was definitely spooked, but as I gained my courage, I looked around my room again, trying to rationalize this shit. But my window was closed, and in the middle of night our doors were all locked and there was no draft. I mean, there was no explanation. It's like a sixth sense, the same way animals react. Anyways, I feel like this is getting too long, so I'll just add that I feel like one of the spirits would mimic my family. Maybe more than one, I don't know, but one night was older and pregnant. I woke up to what sounded like a demonic version of my mom yelling my name. That shit definitely scarred me. So eventually, I moved out of my mama's house. Many years go by with no activity. Cut to January 2022. My husband and kids are sleeping. I knew this because my kids are on the couches next to me, and my husband said he was going to lay down because he wasn't feeling well. I'm working on drawing and opening YouTube, and I forget to start a video. And if I recall correctly, the first 10 seconds of a video plays when you're just browsing. So that had happened, and now it was just on the main page on my TV. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes in utter silence, despite our heater, and out of the fucking complete silence I hear Brooke, my name, clear as fucking day. So I fucking scream bloody murder and immediately yell back, what? I was genuinely scared and sincerely pissed, thinking my husband was trying to scare me. But the thing was that the voice came from very close to me in the kitchen, not even 10 feet away. And the voice sounded exactly like my own, as if I was trying to sound masculine. Like it was deliberately trying to scare me. I stood and yelled again for my husband, but no answer. I looked at my kids to see if they were up or talking in their sleep, as they often do that, but no. I got up and walked to the back of our house to where my husband was on the bed, sound asleep. I woke him up and asked him if he was messing with me, but he was genuinely sick and said he was pissed out the whole time. Man, that shit shook me up. But oh well, I guess. I mean, what else can you say? The most we'll ever know about other realms will come when we pass on. Until I think there's no explanation. I'm not looking for answers or anything, and if you don't believe, it's cool. I understand. This story happened about 5 or 6 years ago, with a girl I was dating. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. As a kid, I used to see shadow figures in my childhood home. And from a kid till about 19, I had experiences around that house in my aunt's house, who lived right behind us, and the land was connected. So yeah, they travelled frequently. But anyway, I went to high school with this girl, and always had a bit of a crush on her, but our paths never really crossed. But fast forward to 2014, we linked up, and it was magical at first. We spent so much time together it was insane, and we talked about everything, including the paranormal. I shared stories she shared, including her telling me that she was being haunted by an entity. Like, I firmly believe in and have had so many experiences with the paranormal, but I didn't think it was that serious. Boy, was I wrong. It started off subtly, when me and her would spend time together and we would lose time, which is a no-no when it comes to the paranormal. Once we took a nap holding each other, and when we woke up, we were so sore. Running like 3 marathons sore. Later that same week, she was about to leave my house like normal. I had opened the door for her and we were saying a final goodbye and something slammed the door. Keep in mind, no one was home but us, and we were in the middle of the room making out as you do, and no one was outside. I lived in an apartment complex, top apartment. Our neighbours had moved out 3 weeks prior, so no one lived next to us, and it was the middle of a school day, so all the kids around there were in school. Besides that, there was nothing thrown at the door, and if someone did it and ran, we would have seen them. So continuing, the next incident happened at her house. We were getting a bit frisky. Her idea, I swear. But anyways, we were doing our thing, and I felt uneasy, like someone was watching us. But she stayed in the middle of nowhere, and it was like 2 a.m. Well, as we were holding each other, I asked her, was it here? She said yes, and pointed to the corner of the room, and she said it appeared as soon as you came into the room. My skin was crawling after she said that. Later that night or morning when I was about to leave, we were sitting in my car talking, and she fell asleep while I was holding her. She was only asleep for maybe 3 minutes or so before she snapped awake and said it's angry. And I swear to God, Courtney, this huge shadow figure came walking by my driver's side window. I'm 6'3". This thing would have towered over me. And do you know how when you're sitting in a turning lane waiting for the light to change and let you turn, and like a semi drives by you and your car shakes from the G-force? Well, as the entity went by my car, it felt just like that. The next incident, we were about to go out to a bar with her best friend and her boyfriend. I had just gotten off work and had to come home and shower and change before we could go. Well, they picked me up at work, which was in a different town and county than where I live. But when we pulled into my apartment complex, that shadow figure was waiting as we turned in. And before someone says maybe you were just seeing things, the driver, which was the boyfriend of my girlfriend's best friend, said, "There goes the ghost." We were all very shaken because we were just in a whole other country. And here it is, just waiting for her at my house. The last incident was the last paranormal thing to happen before we broke up. Her ex upset her really badly one night. Continuing on it, it was storming really bad. I was pleading with her just to come over and stay the night at my house. She finally complied and she came over. It was like 12 a.m. at this point. We ate some junk food, watched a movie, and fell asleep. I wasn't awake for this. She told me that at some point, she said she heard tapping on my bedroom door and a voice which sounded like her mom telling her to come out of the room. Now, her mom is 1, didn't know where I lived, and 2, she was in Ohio visiting a sick relative now. Oh, by the way, we were in Florida. So assuming that my girlfriend told her mom where I lived and also lied about her being out of state, and also gave her a key to my house somehow, or she just made this whole thing up, which I also don't know why she would. We weren't even talking about the entity that night.
This was last night. I'm currently here in Arizona. The full or almost full moon was up. Now, if you live in a city or somewhere near a forest, you probably don't know how bright it can actually get on a full moon. For some reason, I've gotten really into mapping. Me and my little cousin made one big, crudely constructed map of the desert surrounding our campground, and we waited to explore more in the night. So, when darkness set upon the desert, we ventured out into the dark. My grandpa made this super cool wooden sword for me. It has spikes all around it and would hurt really bad if you were to get hit by it. I guess that if some crazy person or a coyote came after us, I could either scare it off or beat it away. We moved around half a mile from camp and came to the wash. For anyone who doesn't know, when it rains, yes, it rains in the desert, water could flow and create rivers. When the water is gone, the empty rivers are still there. These are called washes, and some can be huge, some could be a few feet wide. This one was about 100 feet wide. We were walking down the wash. Being able to see everything and having a spiked club, we weren't really scared of anything. We went to see the dead, skeletal body of a falcon, which we dubbed Anakin, after the Jedi who was cut to pieces by his master, and then returned to the wash, being careful around shadows in case anything was hiding in them. After about 20 minutes of exploring, we came to a part of the wash where the walls curved in by a few feet. The change was barely noticeable, as the wash was still huge. However, as we were about to enter this small spot, I got this terrifying feeling in my stomach. I wanted to run, to ditch my cousin and get away from there. Instead, I grabbed his arm and told him we should go back. He turned around and walked back to our camp, the whole time blabbing about a custom Smash character. I followed him, and I got that feeling again, but around 5 times stronger. I stopped walking and turned around. Standing where the walls curved in was what looked to be a man, but he was huge, at least 7 feet tall. It looked naked in the light, but I didn't see any sort of genitals. The legs of the creature were bent backward under the knees, like wolves and dogs. Said legs were small, and the monster's arms were longer than I was tall. I'm 5'10". I couldn't see its face, but I highly doubt I wanted to. If the thing stood on its back legs, it would have been maybe 10 to 14 feet tall. The creature didn't attack, though. All it did was crawl, yes, crawl, back up the wash wall and into the bushes. The crawling was perfect, and the knees didn't even touch the ground. It wasn't like a baby crawl, it was more of a girl from the ring crawl. The moment it disappeared into the bushes, I ran. I grabbed my cousin's arm and dragged him all the way back to the campsite. I've no doubt in my mind that if I'd gone any further, I would be dead right now. I don't think my pathetic wooden club would do any damage to that thing. I told my family that I saw a coyote and that I was freaked out by it. They wouldn't believe me if I told them. I don't want to leave the trailer now. I don't want to go outside at all. I want to know if anyone else has seen something like this in House, Arizona. That thing is still out there, and I want to know what it is. There was one night that always seems to replay through my mind. Even years later, I still can't get over it. For 10 years, my brother spent the night with me as I began living with my grandparents. It seemed odd, but I remember we were in the front room and my brother was on MySpace, and I was watching what I remembered to be Full Metal Alchemist on the TV. Our grandpa had a habit of turning the thermostat to below room temperature because he would get hot easily. As I watched my show, I noticed that I could see my breath. I looked at my brother and expressed how ridiculously cold it had gotten in the room. I decided to get up and change the thermostat, until I noticed the strangest thing as I entered the other room. The other rooms in the house were basically room temperature, but the dining room was practically freezing. My grandparents only had one unit, and that unit would keep all the rooms the same temperature when used. I walked back into the dining room to tell my brother what was going on, until something ran past my feet and I stumbled. Now, I will state that my grandparents have a cat. His name is Harley, and he's dumber than a sack of potatoes, but very lovable. However, this wasn't him. Harley was sleeping on the sofa in the same room we were in. I looked up in the next room, and on top of his old sewing machine that my grandmother had was this strange cat-like creature. Sitting on top of the sewing machine was this somewhat large cat. It had ears, but no mouth, no nose, just 2 black pits for eyes and white organic fleshy material for skin. Weirdly enough, it had a hue of purple on its back, but the main attention was its dark, gaping eyes, as if they were lifeless.
It stared at me for about 20 seconds before jumping down and walked towards the wall and just faded out like someone in Photoshop took the opacity and just turned it down till it vanished. My mind was stumped and shocked. I turned to my brother and realised that he had a shocked look on his face. I remember the exact words that came out of my mouth that night after seeing it. Dude, did you see that freaky ass cat? This guy jumps up from the computer and yells, "You saw that too?" I wish we had smartphones back then. I've had 3 incidents where I could have taken a picture of the weird crap that goes on, but it never crosses my mind because I'm trying to process what the hell is going on. The strangest part of this is that after that faded away, there were voices coming from the kitchen, as if a number of people had appeared and were throwing a party. And let me just say, these voices were loud. However, no one in the house was woken up from it. Nor did the cat, which was freakishly odd. It was 3 a.m. when all this happened. And it lasted till 3:04 a.m. or 3:06 a.m. I know from research that 3 a.m. is the witching hour, but is it just a coincidence? Or has anybody else experienced something like this? So when I was 16 and my brother was 14, we had both always had an overactive imagination as very young kids, and had always been scared of being alone with our grandparents because their cribs were always creepy. One day, I had to use the bathroom, and my grandparents were outside fixing up our vegetable garden. As a wuss, I asked Nick, "Yo dude, would you follow me into the house so I can go to the bathroom?" Nick, judgingly and disappointed, goes, "Fine." As I'm in the hallway bathroom, my brother begins looking at the photos hung on the walls of our family, and I'm quickly tending to my business. The next thing I know, as I'm about to walk out the bathroom, is Nick says, "Dude, there's someone in the game room." I walk out and peer into the same room he's looking into, and for the first time in my teenage life, I froze with utter confusion. Because obviously, this person was not a person, and clearly wasn't a human being. There was a translucent grey ghost that was floating at least 8 inches off the floor, staring at a cross that was nailed to the wall in the game room. It had thin white hair that looked like it was thinning out from old age. It was also wearing a long nightgown, which was also a grey whitish colour. The weirdest thing that I had noticed was this strange smoky mist coming from it, which seemed to be evaporating into the air. In a floating-like style, it turned around and looked at us. The ghost had no face. It looked like those depictions of Slender Man. To this day, I still can't believe how fast we ran out of that house screaming. 2 days later, I came back over by myself and found that the cross had broken off the wall, as it was made of marbled clay. Pieces of it were still on the wall, strangely enough. Even to this day, Nick and I can describe what we saw and happened. Our descriptions of this ghost are both the same. We never believed in this stuff as teenagers, but that day made us believers. A month had passed after the floating man had appeared, and me and my brother were still bugged and needing answers to what had happened. Mostly because no one would believe us. Not our parents, not our friends. So we decided to grab a camera and a candle for the brave mission of finding proof. After 2 hours of going room to room with no luck, we ended up in the master bedroom of our grandparents' house. Nick laid the candle on the bathroom sink in the bedroom, and I went to take pictures in the darkness. Out of nowhere, the camera died. We were weirded out because the batteries were brand new, as I was the one who opened the pack and slapped those energy-filled babies in. Confused, I changed the batteries with new ones that were in my pocket, which strangely also died. With the loss of our camera and no Energizer Bunny batteries, we decided to give up. I looked at Nick and said, "Dude, how can we suck this bad at ghost hunting?" as we laughed. We turned on the light and decided to leave, but I noticed Nick had forgotten the candle. I decided to fetch the strangely now extinguished candle. As I entered the doorframe into the bathroom, I froze, as I noticed something was staring at me. As I looked down towards the left doorway, there was a little shadowy figure peeking over the doorframe. It leaned in more to get a better look at me.
It was solid black and darker than the darkness in the room, all except for its eyes, which were solid white. I jumped back about 6 feet from the bathroom. Nick, looking at me, goes, "Dude, what's wrong?" I looked at him in disbelief and replied, "Look in there, and look at the bottom left." He sticks his head into the bathroom, and not even 3 seconds later he screams, grabbing the door and slamming it. "What the fuck?" is all he could say. I pulled the camera out of my pocket and tried to turn it on to get a shot of it, but it did not prevail. We looked at each other and decided to take another look. We opened the door and the little ghost was gone. Weirdly, we didn't see this thing at the same time, so in my curiosity, I needed to know what Nick had seen. After asking him, his description was shocking to me. He describes that he saw a 3-foot tall little man peeking around the corner with white eyes. Freaked out, we decided to leave and process what happened. As we walked out of the master bedroom, the camera came back on, at full battery level and working properly, to our disbelief. We later named that ghost Dobby, like the elf from Harry Potter. So 4 years ago, I got hired to do night shift as a security guy. It's in a very old building, dates back to 1917, but fairly well renovated, except for some parts. I've worked here for 2 years. Part of the job is leaving the front desk and walking 2 big closing rounds to check for any dangers like open windows, potential fire dangers, electronics that are still on at the selling desks, and the magazine rooms backstage, etc. The first time I got spooked quite heavily was because of the mannequins. When doing my first round, I walked past quite a lot of mannequins, and on the second floor there's a lot of designer clothing I like, so I remembered how some of those mannequins were positioned. The second round I walked, some of the mannequins were facing the opposite side as they previously were. This was within my first month of working here. About 3 months later, while checking the stock rooms, the radio was still turned on at the 3rd floor. While walking towards it and checking the clothing hanging there, I saw a vague, pale face with black, long hair staring at me from between some of the clothing hanging there. I full-on sprinted towards the doors and was scared shitless. It couldn't be a person, since the clothes hanging there were fairly high up, and I saw no legs. At this point, I was questioning my decision to work here, called in sick for a few shifts, and decided to try again one more time. Fast forward a few more months while checking out the kitchen. I heard whispers coming from the freezer area. I was scared, but I wanted to be 100% sure. So I took out my phone and started recording a voice memo and got closer to the freezer. After being there for not more than 5 seconds and realizing it got louder and I had actual proof on my phone, I ran downstairs and waited at the desk to finally be able to leave this place. I kept listening to the voice memo. I never realized something like this would actually happen to me. I'm a very down-to-earth guy and never believed in paranormal stuff, but this shook me to the core. After this last occurrence, I stopped working there. When I was about 16, I met my now deceased wife. We were childhood lovers and stuck with each other with relative ease through our teen and adult years. We didn't argue that much, and when we did, it was finished pretty as quickly as it started. We have 2 kids together, and we have a pretty normal household. My wife was a very spiritual person. She was very much into magic and spirits. She wasn't a loony, just a tad obsessive. Anyways, she passed away 2 years ago due to a lost battle with cancer. It pretty much destroyed me. I felt as though the light of my life was taken away from me. I hadn't experienced that pain in my life often, but when I did, I rarely got over it. Just a few months ago, I started having problems with my sleep. At first it was little things. Waking up in a sweat, having difficulty breathing, waking up and crying. But then it slowly began to get worse. I started seeing my wife in my dreams, and she kept calling out for me. I couldn't move towards her, and I couldn't speak either. I always woke up from these as soon as my wife came close to me, but it didn't stop there. A few days after I started having the dreams,
I began seeing my wife's face in reflections of stuff, like the windows, pots and pans, kitchen utensils, anything that was reflective. It showed her standing behind me, and when it didn't, it showed her standing a few feet behind me, in the corner of the room. During this time, I had my children sent to my parents, due to the fact I was on medication and didn't want them to see me going through it. Anyways, I've started hearing from her. Not speak, more like when you think you hear someone call your name, but you're not 100% sure whether you actually heard someone or not. Objects in my room are moved. Not by a lot, just a few centimeters, but I can still tell. It's just one of those things, you know? But yeah, stuff is getting worse. I'll keep whoever's interested updated. Over several weeks, it progressed from little things to very, very strange things. We tried to get it blessed one day. This was the day I saw it with my own eyes. They were going from room to room saying prayers and saying what people say when they're trying to get rid of spirits from a home. This house was an old house. The doors have this glossy clear coat so you can still see your figure in the door. I was standing at the door while they were blessing this one room. As they started saying the prayer, I saw something go past me in the reflection of the door, and I also felt a gust of wind. I tried really hard to talk myself out of actually seeing that, as I was in denial of what just happened. While talking myself out of it, I was still very curious and wanted to know if I was going crazy or if that actually happened. I wish I hadn't felt so curious. The next day after blessing the house, it was less active, but we all decided to go out to the memorial and leave the laptop camera on to see what happens when we're not home. We go out, it's all good. We forget we left the camera on and just go about our day. And after a few hours, we call it a day and head back home. Once we hit the driveway, we got excited to see if we caught anything. We were not expecting what we saw and heard. We grabbed the laptop. It automatically stops itself at some point and we start watching it. We had faced it down the hallway from the end room, which also captures the front door through the kitchen. My uncle waves at the camera, closes the front door. As soon as that front door closed, something was thrown at the room door from the closet in the room the laptop was in. We just saw the arm of something in the corner of the shot, as the camera was not on the closet. The item that was thrown looked like a black book, and what followed was a demonic sounding voice saying things we couldn't understand, followed by little kids' footsteps running around the house and crying. We were so scared by what we had witnessed that we didn't watch the end of the video. We tried to look for what was thrown at the door, but there was nothing. We felt a heavy urge to delete that video and not talk about it, as this happened after the movie Paranormal Activity was released, and we feared it would get worse if we shared our evidence. This was maybe 8 or 9 years ago, and the first time I've spoken about it. A women's refuge is for women who have escaped abusive relationships. Sometimes the women are found, beaten, kidnapped, or sadly killed on the property. This was a 2-story home, 3 bedrooms downstairs and 2 bedrooms upstairs, along with the kitchen and lounge. First incident, my first night there. I was last awake upstairs having a meal in dim light. In the corner of my eye, I see a tall shadowed figure walk out of the room of one of the women, door closed. I thought I was hallucinating as I was extremely fatigued, previously starved and sleep deprived. Incident 2, my son woke us up after midnight screaming. Never had he screamed like this. I would soothe him, but every time he looked back this one corner in my room, he would scream all over again. Personally, I didn't say anything and again didn't think too much of it. Incident 3. Now this one happened every night and all us women on the bottom floor thought nothing of it, until we all talked about it when one of the women mentioned it. So every night, us on the bottom floor would always hear the kids running around, stomping and playing. We found this weird, purely because the children upstairs always went to bed well before we ended up in our rooms, but we never questioned it, as the noise wasn't a problem. It wasn't until the mother told us her kids stay asleep once they go down, and she wouldn't let them stomp around even if they were awake. and these incidents always happen late at night. Now the next incident was what freaked me the fuck out. Downstairs there's a door that is always opened, that leads to the stairs. This door was never closed. My room was the furthest away from this door, and outside my room was a decent sized area. There was a couch, a computer on a desk, and a computer chair. Across from my room is the washer dryer and a shower. Note that when you walk downstairs, the door is on the left. And as you enter this door, you have to turn left again, which you will see 3 doors of our individual rooms. It's night, we're all upstairs in the lounge, and we hear a thud. Nothing major, but I decided to go down and check my washing that was in the dryer. As I reached the stairs, I saw the door downstairs had been closed. Weird, but I carried on. I walked down, opened the door, and noticed the hallway light was off. That's when I felt really creeped out. I just got an uneasy feeling. Now, the light that was falling in from behind me kind of shed some light into the dark hallway of where our rooms were. I looked in the door to the left, the computer was off, and just as I noticed that, the computer chair turned slowly towards my direction. I noped the fuck out of there and went upstairs, and just waited for someone else to go down there, and I followed them. I've had many paranormal experiences in the past which I've told people about, and they called me crazy, so no, I didn't share this one with the others. Many other small things happened here, always at night, but I try not to be fearful, and sometimes acting oblivious or ignoring it was my way of not entertaining whatever it was. Sometimes it's okay to not want to know what's going on. I learnt this the hard way in the past. There's some things you can't unsee or unhear. If I wasn't clear in the beginning, women and children had died in this house. Since I was a teen, I've had an interest in the supernatural, though more as an artistic and cultural expression than as a real phenomenon. Overall, I'm a pretty difficult person to talk to, both because I've been around horror media for years and because of my family history. But something happened last night that I just can't explain. I was sleeping with my husband and woke up to someone calling my last name, kinda urgently. My first instinct was that there was some sort of problem in the building and these were firefighters or first responders of some kind. I sat right up and could clearly see an old lady standing by the side of my bed. I adjusted myself, completely shocked to see her there. She didn't seem evil or angry, just a nice, if a bit surprised old lady in a dress and cardigan. When I reached out to her, she dematerialized in front of my eyes. My head started to hurt immediately after she basically dissolved into thin air. I know it wasn't a dream. I had to make the very conscious decision to go back to sleep and deal with this in the morning. I spent the whole day looking up what could possibly have caused this. Some places say it's sleep paralysis, but I had full control over my body. Didn't feel threatened in any way. I actually was just surprised to see someone in my bedroom in the middle of the night. I've had vivid dreams before, but this wasn't like that at all. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis, but it felt so real, I figured I'd share the story and see if someone else has been through it too. This is something I do not talk about. My husband is the only person that knows the entire event. I'm going to paraphrase to save time. About 4 years ago, we moved from Florida to North Carolina. My husband is in the towing industry. He went on assignment to Maryland for 6 months. While in our home alone with my dogs, I had a major shadow person infestation. My husband and I talked at night all the time, and he even saw it on a video call more than once. I felt like I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I didn't sleep at night, so I turned on every light in the house. My husband is Catholic and was very involved as an altar boy from ages 6 to 19. So much so, he had a free ride all through Catholic high school. This plays into the story later. Seeing these shadow things nightly had me to the point I felt like it was possibly the beginning stages of a full-on possession in the making. When I say I saw them, it started out the corner of my eye, and over time, I could look at it straight on. So it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. Something in my eye, lighting, and my husband saw it twice while on video with me. My whole personality changed. I looked like I had an illness that was eating me alive from the inside out. My husband would come home every few weeks for 2 days. When he was home, the activity was virtually non-existent, with the exception of hearing noises that we couldn't explain. He wrote those off as noises from the woods near our house. But when he was gone, I would call him on the brink of complete panic. I wasn't afraid that it would hurt me physically as much as the emotional, mental, and physical drain it put on me. We discussed trying to take possession of me. We reached out to his Catholic priest who explained the stages of demonic possession. He told me the first thing that seemed to happen was a breaking down of the person mentally and physically. We were there. This all came to an end one night when I was alone and I freaked completely out. I had holy water in my home that was blessed by the Pope from the Vatican. I grabbed the holy water and walked around the house and just sprayed everything. At the same time, I was screaming, telling it that it's not welcome, that I wasn't going to be afraid anymore, and if it was coming to get me, then to fucking make it happen. I had broken. I could no longer live like this. The next morning, the whole house felt different. That night, I no longer saw the shadow figures in my home. It was an almost eerie quiet with a whole new sense of calm. We do not talk about this ever. I can't even read or watch things having to do with shadow people because of my experience. I'm not saying it in lightest terms, but I absolutely believe I have a form of PTSD from the events that transpired. We don't watch shows with it. We don't discuss it. Fast forward a little over 4 years. We now live in a 3-story home. Our bedroom is on the top floor. It's a very quiet country neighbourhood, meaning at 9, everything shuts down. My neighbours don't have lighting on their homes other than their front porch light. We don't have parties here or the police. It's very quiet and dark at night. We were sitting in bed on the top 3rd-story floor, watching TV last night, and in my hallway I saw like a flashlight flashing around the walls. It was very fast, but I sat there and stared at it, so it wasn't just like in a blink of an eye. It was like somebody outside was shining a flashlight on the house, and it popped through the window. This is on the 3rd floor, so if it were a car, the light would have reached the top level. It was only us in the house that we knew of. I looked at my husband and I said, "Did you see the flashlight in the hallway just now?" To which he responded no, and started to stare. He jumped out of bed and got his gun and his flashlight, and started entering the hallway, thinking somebody may have broken in. He goes through the whole top floor, checks behind the curtain in the bathroom, turns on all the lights and finds nothing. We even looked outside on both sides of the house to see if maybe something happened and somebody was out there with a flashlight. Nothing. Dark, black silence like every almond night. He was in full-on protection mode at this point. I told him maybe it was a car, maybe it was a reflection off the TV. And a couple other things that could have caused it to calm him down. He sat down on the bed and I watched his frozen face as he stared blankly and fixated down the hall. He said, "Natalie, I'm watching a shadow go back and forth across our hallway. There's no light behind it and I can't see it through it to the window." He said it crossed 3 to 4 times. He sat there with a blank expression I've never seen in 24 years. He jumps up and turns on every single light again. He was clearly freaked out. I was starting to freak out too. The minute he mentioned that shadow person, I thought they were back in my life again. I haven't felt this type of fear, panic in quite a few years. I feel like I'm on a super high alert today as I'm typing this out. I don't feel safe going back to my bedroom. I cannot relive this event again. I looked at him and said, "We do not talk about these things. We're not talking about what happened, and do not say the word shadow around me ever again in your life. You can think it, but do not say it." After a while, he calmed down enough to lay down and go to sleep. I haven't slept yet. I just had to get this off my chest a little bit so I could breathe. I'm already dreading tonight and going to bed. I cannot have what I went through for that 6 months back in my life again. One night, while I was in the state of drifting to sleep, I wake up in a panic to a deep, evil sounding growl in my ear. I say in my ear because it sounded so clear to the point where it was as if someone or something was lying next to me and made this horrible noise directly in my ear, ASMR style. For context, this was a few years ago when I shared a bedroom with my younger sister. I woke up with my heart racing and shaking. I stayed awake for hours after, as I didn't want to be vulnerable to anything evil in my sleep, as I have a feeling it's easier for spirits to mess with you when you're in that state. A few weeks before this happened, I had gone to visit an old abandoned castle/church with my family in the Isle of Wight. We did this because my mum loves all things horror and she loves exploring creepy places. While we visited, we messed about and didn't take it seriously. I remember me and my mum found a little underground part of the building that had metal bars to block it off. Since we were messing around, I vaguely remember we grabbed the metal bars and shook it while saying help, thinking it was funny. I now realise it probably provoked an evil spirit. I also remember at the time I had a close friend who was involved in spiritual things and could see spirits. I'm not sure if I believed it, but it was certainly believable and interesting. She used to tell me when she would see spirits, and she told me she had one that was following her at the time. I'm not sure if it was evil, but I suspect it could have been from that as well. Maybe the spirit noticed me being close with her and was curious about me. A few nights after the growling happened, I would get woken up a lot by this time, what sounded like a man crying and whining, like an echo in my ear, and as soon as I would wake up, it would fade away. I eventually ended up saying out loud, "Go away, leave me alone," and it worked. It's been at least 4 years now since that happened, and I've not experienced it again. I still wonder if maybe I was going crazy, or if it was actually paranormal. This place where I used to work was located on a small boulevard, behind which was an alley which separated the business from a residential area, typical suburban zoning. It was my habit to walk to the nearby deli to get lunch, and then find a nice spot in the adjoining neighbourhood to eat it, typically on a curb in the shade of a tree. One day, while looking for a likely place, I noticed the tree whipping about much the way they do when winds come heralding an approaching rainstorm. But this was a warm, still, sunny day, with not a cloud in the sky. I looked at the surrounding trees and shrubs, but all was calm. This one tree, and this one tree alone, was aggressively swaying to and fro. So I decided to sit upon the curb opposite it and observe the situation to see if I could determine the source of the activity. As I watched, it became clear that there was no external wind which shook the leaves and branches, and indeed there was no single direction in which they moved. It was as though a being was cavorting in, through, and around the tree, never going so low as to disturb the grass or roil the dust in the gutter below, but content to remain up in the branches, twisting itself this way and that, seemingly delighting in making the leaves and branches flutter. I tried to see if I could use the movement to determine the directions the being was travelling, the course which it took, and so by getting an idea as to its shape and form, but it wasn't possible. So I resigned to sit and eat my lunch as I watched the extraordinary display. When my break was over, I went back to work, leaving the tree undoubtedly dancing. The next day, I returned to see if it was still there and was not disappointed. I tried to communicate telepathically with it, but didn't receive anything, nor saw any indication it was aware of my presence. It was like sitting in a park watching a child play blissfully unaware it was being observed, or watching a dog cavort about not knowing it was seen. The rest of the week, I would come and sit and marvel. I figured that what I was witnessing was one of two things. Either I was watching a discarnate being displaying trying to affect physical reality for purposes unknown to me, or what I was seeing was a small wind amusing itself. I came to accept the latter because I figured that a soul, whether human or jinn, would recognise my attention and try to capitalise on it. But the being was blithely content to ignore me.
I have since learned that such elemental incarnations are a part of the development of souls, one of the many rungs on an eternal ladder. I myself may have been such a force, learning my lessons as I assert myself over my environment, playing with clouds and birds and trees and fallen leaves, whipping the waters to froth or gently rippling their surface. Astoundingly enough, now that I look back on it, I got bored and took to finding some place less toilsome to have my lunch. In retrospect, it was my inability to interact with it that lost my interest. Curiously, I never approached it, never stood beneath the tree as its leaves and branches spasmed about, and recall that, then as now, I felt honoured to witness a wind at play, to have been given evidence that there is more, and that it was not for me to intrude. To this day, many decades later, when I drive past my old job place, I look down the street for the tree and think, that's where the wind was.
I worked the night shift at a medical lab where I had a bit of a creepy experience a while ago. There's an area of the lab called Stats where we process specimens that need to be tested immediately. It's kind of isolated from the rest of the lab, and usually there's only 2 people at the station. Earlier in the night, one of my co-workers and I were exchanging scary stories that had really happened to us. It got me in a really spooky mood because we talked a lot about hauntings and paranormal experiences. At some point when I was on a break, I was walking down a long, empty hallway. My face was in my phone, and I suddenly felt like someone was walking right behind me. I thought it was my co-worker because he liked to prank me and scare me a lot. But when I turned around, nobody was there. The hall was completely empty, and there was nowhere anyone could have hidden. So that freaked me out a little, especially after talking about scary experiences with my co-worker, but I didn't read into it too much and figured I was psyching myself out. At some point between 2 and 2:30, I was working at my station when I felt a distinct tap 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 on the back of my chair. I turned around and was startled to see no one was there. The only other person nearby was my partner on Stats, but she was working at another computer station a good 10 feet or so away from me. I had reacted to the tapping immediately, and there was physically no way she could have tapped my chair and jumped back to her station in the split second it took me to turn around. That tripped me out, but again, I figured ghost stories had just psyched me up, and I was imagining things. But that tapping felt very real. I remember hearing the sound right behind me and feeling my chair vibrate like someone was tapping on it. At this point, I should mention that phones aren't allowed at the Stats station, so mine was in my locker, which was nowhere near. When I got off work around 4 AM, I discovered that my girlfriend had been trying to call and text me for almost 2 hours. I called her back, and she said how she'd had a nightmare where I was hurt, and it gave her really bad anxiety, and she'd been trying to call to make sure I was okay. I assured her I wasn't hurt, and I got home safely and helped her calm down. Later on, I looked at her texts and calls, and I noticed they'd started around 2:30. I asked her what time she woke up, and she said a little after 2 o'clock. So she woke up with the same time frame that I thought I felt tapping on my chair. It's most likely a coincidence. And again, I probably imagined the tapping because I'd been sharing ghost stories and psyched myself out. But I also don't necessarily disbelieve the supernatural. And ever since that experience, I love to entertain the idea that a ghost was trying to get my attention and be like, hey, your girlfriend needs you. Go check your phone. The first thing that happened was when my husband and I, boyfriend at the time, were playing hide and seek. We decided to take a break and watch a movie. I had to use the restroom, so I went away. I went into our guest bathroom, which is the only one downstairs besides the one in our master bedroom. It's located in a corner hallway next to the 2 spare rooms in the house. Currently, his office and our son's room. I went inside and quickly did my business, and started to wash my hands. The sink is right next to the door. while I was drying my hands, I heard and saw someone run up to the door, stop, turn around, and run into one of the adjacent rooms. I figured it was my husband ready to start the game again and ripped open the door. I fully searched each of the rooms and didn't find anyone, which I should have if it was him. There was no time for him to run by the time whatever was moved from the door and I opened it, and I clearly saw the shadow go right towards the rooms and not left towards the living room. The second thing that happened was while my husband and I were playing pool, which was right next to our front door. Right after we broke, we heard a loud knock at the front door. We looked at each other, obviously confused as it was pretty late at night. We both went to the door and answered it. There was no one there, and we both stepped out onto the porch to take a look around. We stayed out there for about 30 seconds or so to take a look around and headed back in. We were both shocked to see that the pool balls were in a straight line down the centre of the pool table. It was very shocking since, as I had mentioned, we had just broken and the pool balls were scattered when we exited. The third and most recent thing that has happened was when I was alone in the house. Shocker. I was sweeping the steps since some of the plaster-like stuff on the ceiling had started to flake off and make a huge mess. I was cleaning up the landing at the top of the steps when I started mouthing off at the energy that I felt around me. I felt unwelcome in my own home, and that pissed me off. I know, I shouldn't have said the things I did, but I was pissed, as it's my house. I won't write what I said here, as I still live in this home and don't want to put those words back into existence, and you'll see why. There were 3 rooms up the stairs, and all 3 doors were closed during this time. Once I started getting really belligerent, all 3 doors started to shake violently in the door frames. It was as if there was someone behind each of them, just shaking and banging them against the frames. I immediately started having a panic attack and sank to the floor. I screamed out for whatever it was to stop, and that I was sorry. And it did. I bolted down the stairs to find my phone and call my husband. As I was about halfway down, I felt a hard and violent shove on the centre of my back that almost caused me to tumble down the remainder of the steps. My husband has never felt threatened in our home, but I constantly feel it, even before I made all those comments. And this all happened before the cars started showing up, and they were all several months apart. This has happened several times at this point. It started about 16 months ago when I was cleaning my house around 12 AM. My husband, boyfriend at the time, works nights, so I had adjusted to his schedule. I usually kept the blinds open during the day and would go around closing them at night while I tidied up before bed. Our room was my last stop on the first night this happened. The curtains and blinds were open as I was sweeping the floor, when I felt the sensation of being watched. I looked around me when my eyes focused on this silver sedan parked outside my house, mostly in the grass on my front lawn. Now for context, my bedroom window is about 15 yards from the road in front of my house. It's a small front yard in a pretty densely populated neighbourhood. Anyway, I saw the car before I saw her or him, I'm not sure, but there was clearly someone sitting in the driver's seat of the car and another person standing about 5 yards from my window, clearly staring at me. The only reason I could see this is because the moon was fairly bright that night. I shrieked and dropped to the floor and crawled to the light switch to turn it off, so that I couldn't be seen. I called my husband to ask him what I should do, and he told me to call the cops. I did, and of course by the time they got there, the car was gone. They asked if they could see my security footage and I agreed, but the footage from this section of time was just gone. It skipped over the few minutes that they would have been outside. This has happened several times since then, and I've completely given up on calling the police, as I think they're crazy. I have no proof that this is happening, but I would like to have some opinions as to what they may be doing. In the past 16 months, it's probably happened 10 times. Sometimes the person is standing in the yard, and sometimes they aren't. Also, the car has been different every time.
but the light is always on inside the cabin of the vehicle. But when I go to look, the people inside are never looking where I can see their faces. I'll run to grab my phone to call someone, anyone, but they'll already be gone. When I was a kid, in the 90s, I would often sleep at my grandmother's house, in the middle of a small village in the Jura region of France. The bedroom I would stay in was called the room in the back. As the name suggests, it was one of the last two rooms at the end of a main corridor, shaped like an L. There wasn't anything special about that bedroom. It was pretty small and contained a bed, shelves with books, and some other very basic furniture. Yet, for some reason, that room creeped me out. I felt an unwelcoming presence, and I would always struggle to fall asleep, scared of whatever invisible forces seemed to be lurking in the dark. One night there, when I was around 8 years old, I woke up scared and confused. I found myself lying down on the floor and in total darkness. I feel I need to make two things clear here. This is the only time in my entire life that I've ever awakened outside of whatever bed or couch I'd been sleeping in. The second thing to note is that despite the fact that the house is located in a small village, it wasn't particularly isolated, and the streetlights outside would always let a bit of light filter through the closed blinds at night. So here I was, a child surrounded by total obscurity, struggling to understand why I wasn't in my bed. I tried my best to stay calm and touch around me, hoping to find the side of the bed nearby so I could climb back into it. I simply could not find it. I tried for several minutes, but it just didn't seem to be there, which was extremely strange, considering that the bedroom wasn't that big in the first place. I therefore decided to move forward in a single direction, to find a wall that I could then follow until I would find the bed. Things just got even stranger as I tried to find a wall. I would bump into furniture I would not recognize, and despite all my efforts, I simply couldn't find one. Everything around me was completely and utterly unfamiliar. I thought about calling for help. My grandmother was sleeping in the bedroom on the other side of the corridor, and my parents in the living room. However, I imagined them finding me screaming on the floor and decided not to, not wanting to face that kind of embarrassment. Finally, I fell asleep on the floor, giving up on finding the bed. I woke up the next morning in that damn bed and under the blankets. It was like the entire event had been nothing more than a weird dream, yet it absolutely did not feel like a dream. I'm a natural lucid dreamer, and even back then, I was already very familiar with how dreams feel, and this just wasn't one. Or at least I don't think it was. A few years ago, a long time after this strange occurrence, I went to England to visit my aunt, who's from the other side of the family. She claims to be a witch and is into a lot of new age stuff. I've always been skeptical, but I have to admit that she's done and said a few strange things that got me to go from not believing her at all to being a bit more neutral about it. We were talking about our respective families, and she went on about the only time when she had ever been in my grandmother's house, when I was a baby. I thought it was a good opportunity to see if she had sensed anything unusual there and asked her, making sure to keep the question open enough to not influence her. First thing she said was, yes, the room in the back. She said it in English and had no idea we called it that way in French. There was something wrong with that room. I was spooked. Once I got back to France, I decided to confront my mother about it, since she'd spent her childhood in that house. As soon as I asked her what the hell was wrong with the room in the back, she froze and her face became white. She explained to me that when she was little, she went into that bedroom with a few friends and they tried to invoke spirits for fun. They immediately heard 3 very violent knocks and ran off, screaming. She told me that ever since, the room feels weird. That's it. Nowadays, the room is pretty different, but still used as a guest bedroom. It still feels weird, but I'd say a lot less than when I was a kid. I know my brothers, who are 10 years younger, have also complained about feeling uncomfortable there for some reason, but they never had any unusual experience there.
This has haunted me for about a decade now, and it's time I share it. About 10 or so years ago, I have the house to myself, still living with my parents at the time, and I have a friend staying over. The night was going smoothly and normal. We're playing co-op video games as teenage boys do, but eventually we both end up on our phones scrolling through Tumblr. My friend stumbles upon a 40 to 50 minute audio tape file of a private investigator talking to a high school campus about his experience during a murder investigation he's conducted. I believe it took place in Texas, if I recall correctly. Long story short, towards the end of this audio file, it all leads up to the PI believing that the victim was exposed to a demon, or evil entity. Who was the reason for the death of this person? He states at the very end testimony of this case that this demon feeds off of your fear, and that the more you think about it, the stronger its energy and presence gets. As far as we could both tell, it was a real testimony and not a parody or creepypasta. So me and my friend heard the whole 40 or so minutes of testimony. We were just enthralled, almost hypnotized by it. And afterward, we tried to go back to playing our games. Well, not 5 minutes later, the power in my room, and my room only, goes out. No big deal. So I just go and flip the breaker and turn it back on. 3 minutes later, boom, again. Flip the breaker again. 1 minute later, boom, again. This continues with shorter time frames until the power in my room just won't come back on. The first time it happens, we think it's mere coincidence. But by this point, fear is really happening, and the thought of this entity is in our heads. At this point, about 12 to 1 a.m., my friend decides that this isn't worth it for him, and he heads back to his place, leaving me by myself. So the night goes on a little bit, and my friend leaves. I spend the rest of the night in my living room, lights on, and crash on the couch. I wake up with the TV still on, and it's between 3 to 4 a.m. I don't know what the fuck possessed me to go back to my room to sleep, but for some reason, I convince myself it's all in my head and head to my bed to sleep. I fall asleep incredibly fast, and my dream begins with me in my bed and room, just as it was laid out in real life, in the pitch black. This was extremely vivid and an exact replica of my room. I was as lucid as I would have been awake. But in one of the top corners of my room, where the wall meets the ceiling, I saw a pair of angry, dirty, yellow-looking eyes that were on a pitch blacker than black figure hanging on my ceiling, just staring into my soul. I was fixated on these eyes, and they were fixated on me. I was just in shock and couldn't move, but the second I tried to move at all, the shadow figure zoomed to another corner of my ceiling and then launched at me. I woke up in a sweat just before I got contacted. The dream felt so fucking real and vivid, and I woke up literally screaming. There was a real sense of dread that took over my entire body at that moment. I felt mentally and physically sick. Power was still not working in my room, so I went out to the living room again and finished the night with all the lights on. Nothing more ever came from that night. But as far as I can tell and find, that audio tape never existed. I've spent days upon days trying to find it multiple times all over the internet, and nothing even close comes up on search results. By the way, the power to my room worked perfectly the following day after the sun rose, and has worked perfectly ever since. This is my very real story that happened in 2014. My family flew from the US to Wales for my brother's wedding. We stayed in a very old, remodeled barn party house in Abergavenny. It was right below the canal, and we had a free day before the wedding party was meeting at the local pub that night. I got back from a run at the canal, showered, and had time to take a nap before dinner. As I'm laying in bed, I feel the presence of a woman, and then feel the front side of my hand stroke my cheek. Then feel the entity jump on me and pin me to the bed. I'm struggling and finally get free. I hear a woman's cackle and laugh 3 times. This was witnessed. My door was half open and there was a sitting area outside, and my mom was sitting there and said she saw me laying in bed struggling. She didn't hear the laugh. Nothing else happened during the trip. The next month, I started dating a woman who would eventually move in and become my wife. This is when things started getting weird. Anytime she would spend the night, if we fell asleep with an arm or leg touching each other, we would both have terrible nightmares. I don't ever have bad dreams or nightmares. One that I recall vividly was an extremely old and wrinkled woman in black and white, screaming at me in a foreign language I didn't understand. We would make a point to sleep as far apart as possible to avoid the dreams. Then one night, I had a dream. I'm in this astral plane and everything is blue around me. Standing in front of me is a young petite woman. She was short, like 5 feet tall, and looked very European, with a round face and dark blonde hair. She was dressed in very period-correct plain clothing from a long time ago and wasn't wearing makeup. She walked up to me and said, "My name is Abigail," and nothing else. I tried talking to her, but that's all she said. Now, I've never heard the name Abigail in my life. Google it and see it's Eastern European for Abigail. After that, Abigail got really spiteful and tried to wreck our relationship. A couple key things that happened. Pulled my wife's hair. She was walking up our steps and was talking to me, and I saw as if someone grabbed her hair to yank her down the steps. She froze, and we just looked at each other. Bent her engagement ring. It was on the dresser, and one morning she showed me it was so smashed she couldn't get it on her ring finger. And to me, I loaded a conversation from Google Hangouts when I was talking to another woman before I met my wife. I didn't even have Hangouts installed on the phone. That convo happened on my previous phone. Thankfully, it was date stamped, and I settled her down and showed her. Other small things like hiding stuff. Stuff was going missing constantly. One time, we bought a bunch of meat and it was in this huge bag. And we set it down in the basement to put other groceries away. And it was gone. We looked everywhere and didn't find it until a year later when there was a bag of rotting meat in the basement. As the next couple years went on, things started to die down, and when we married, they stopped. I guess she finally gave up. I never had any sage cleansing done or had a medium visit to the house because I didn't want to make things worse and present a challenge for the entity to fight. But I was researching mediums and was close. I'm a 16-year-old girl situated in India with my parents and my sister. We live in a quiet street, and we don't hear sounds except for occasions like someone's wedding and things like that. I live in a building where everyone moved out, leaving only my family and another guy's family. For a few months, we were experiencing paranormal stuff, but they were unnoticeable. But for a few days, it's been getting out of hand, and it's noticeable. Even after I did everything that was on my mind, like using sage. I'll list a few of my experiences here, but before that, I'll explain how my house is. The main door and the living room are attached together, and it was a small washroom for guests. We don't use that washroom except for cleaning it once every week, and 2 rooms. The very first experience happened in the living room. Me, my sister and my mother were chilling, sitting on the couch, when my sister pointed at something. I didn't care at first, but when I saw something in front of the living room washroom, the door was open. It was a shadow of a whole person, walking and then it disappeared. We instantly checked the washroom and no one was inside there. And there wasn't something that would cause a shadow of a moving person. Then we saw stuff like sculptures moving, doors automatically opening. Then this experience happened in the living room once again. The washroom door was open and I looked at it, and I caught a glimpse of a white face, fully white, black spots on the place where the eyes are supposed to be, and then it vanished. This morning, I placed my pair of earphones on the middle of the stool, and I sat down on the bed. After a few minutes, I heard a noise, and naturally, I looked up to see my earphone floating in midair for half a second, and then it fell on the ground. This same incident happened to me when I was doing chores one day in the kitchen, but with a spatula. I had more experiences about this. My big question is my house haunted?
This happened while I was doing my army experience in Switzerland. I'm not really allowed to talk about what we were doing, but I'll try to keep things clear. My company had installed a huge antenna, and it had to be guarded by 2 soldiers day and night. We were on top of a hill, far away from any city and near a huge forest. It was 6 o'clock, and I had just started my 6 hours with another soldier. Everything went fine. We smoked cigarettes and kept ourselves occupied until our watch ended at midnight. Then, we received a call from our superior, and he told us that one of the soldiers that was supposed to take the watch couldn't come, and one of us had to stay for another watch of 6 hours. We tossed a coin to know who will stay from midnight to 6 in the morning, with temperatures of minus 20 Celsius degrees. Of course I lost, and I had to wait for the other soldiers to come and join me for the night watch. And they didn't send the best, because I knew he would sleep all night when I saw him climbing the hill with his sleeping bag. And that's what he did. He immediately took place in the tent and fell asleep. It was the coldest and longest night of my life, but nothing special about it. The weirder part happened in the morning. We received another call from our superior, and he told us that we had an NBC exercise, which means that we have to wear our NBC suit, an anti-chemical suit. The one with the gas mask and everything that goes with it. I was really upset and exhausted because I wasn't able to sleep with that thing on, and sleep was my only reward after that 12-hour watch. Well, I got out of the tent, and this is where I saw something. There was a woman standing next to our antenna, and she wasn't moving, she was just standing there 5 meters from the tent. I couldn't see her face because of the sun starting to rise behind her. Like a locked fighter in Tekken, really. I knew she was a woman because she had really long hair and she had curves. Remember that we were in the middle of nowhere and this lady was standing there, not moving, like she was frozen. I started to freak out and I called the other guy to show him what I was looking at. I don't know why, but he wasn't scared at all and he told her to leave because she wasn't allowed there. But she didn't make a move, she just stood there looking at us, or at least in our direction. And this lasted for at least a minute or two. I was so confused how a woman could ignore 2 soldiers telling her to leave a forbidden area. I mean, we are in Switzerland. The army is not that impressive, I know, but people usually don't do this kind of thing. They would just move away, especially when it's 6 in the morning. And what was she doing in the middle of nowhere? Obviously not dressed for this cold weather. How long was she standing there and how she ended up there? I didn't hear any footsteps. So many questions went through my mind at that moment. The other soldier didn't think twice and started walking towards her. When he almost reached her, she started running very fast. She ran directly into the forest nearby. I saw her getting deep down in the forest and she disappeared from our sight. I'm really a rational thinker. I question everything and think that there is always an explanation. For me, the explanation is that she was simply a jogger because of the way she ran to the forest, but almost 3 minutes have passed between the first time I saw her and the moment she started running away. 3 minutes of not moving at all, looking at me, dressed with something really tight with minus 20 degrees, and in the middle of nowhere.